All right. Good morning, everyone. It is Thursday, January 27th. This is our Planning Committee meeting number 55 for the term. We acknowledge that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. Il est important de souligner que la ville d'Ottawa se trouve sur un territoire non cédé de la nation algonquienne Anishinaabe, dont la culture et la présence sont enrichies et continuent d'enrichir ces terres. Eric, our committee coordinator, can we do a roll call, please?
Councillor Dudas. Here. Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Tierney. I see on the screen, Councillor. Councillor Lieber.
Good morning.
Councillor Brockington.
Here, and I just want to make the committee aware I have to leave at 10 o'clock for a brief meeting.
Councillor Menard. Councillor Cloutier.
Présent.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor Hubley.
Here.
Chair Moffat.
Here.
Chair Gower.
Here.
You have quorum, Chair.
And I'm here. Sorry about that. My audio is fixed.
Thanks, Tim. Good morning, everyone.
And I'm here too, Eric.
Councillor here. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor. Apologies for the oversight.
This is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as items 1, 2, 3, and 4 on today's agenda. For the items mentioned, only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal if council does not adopt an amendment within 90 days of receipt of the application for a zoning bylaw amendment and 120 days for an official plan amendment. To submit written comments on these amendments prior to their consideration by City Council on February 9, 2022, please email or call the committee or council coordinator. Okay, declarations of interest. I believe Councillor Curry has a declaration of interest on one of the items. Councillor Curry?
Yep, Councillor Kathy Curry, declare a potential indirect pecuniary interest on zoning bylaw amendment 702 Earl Armstrong Road, report ACS 2022-PIE-PS-003. As the applicant for this matter is the Ottawa Carleton District School Board. And although I will not be teaching with the Ottawa Carleton District School Board this year, I am still an OCDSB teacher, an employee, due to the fact that I remain on the board's occasional teacher list.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other declarations of interest? Not seeing any. Confirmation of minutes. These would be the minutes from December 6, 2021. Are the minutes confirmed?
Confirmed.
Carried.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go through each of the items on the agenda. We will hold any items where there are public delegations registered or where there are questions from committee members. So the first item is a zoning bylaw amendment for 1 Laser Street in Knoxdale, Merivale. There are no public delegations registered. Are there any questions from councillors or anyone who wants to hold this item? Okay.
Chair, the applicants are in attendance to answer any questions. I'm not sure if they've had an opportunity to join as panelists just yet.
Okay. We'll give you a moment to check that, Eric, to see if they've joined. There's Mr. Hume. Good morning, Peter. If the committee is ready to carry this, do you or the applicant wish to speak on this item?
No, Mr. Chair, we're happy to have you carry the item.
Okay, thank you. So is the zoning and bylaw amendment for 1 Laser Street carried?
Carried.
Carried. Okay. So moving on to the next item, this is item number 2, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 641 Rideau Street. We do have a number of public delegations, so we will hold item number 2. Item number 3 is a zoning bylaw amendment for 702 Earl Armstrong Road. We don't have any public delegations listed. I see Councillor Curry has gone offline for this item. Councillor Meehan, did you have comments or questions? Do we need to hold this, or is it a quick question or quick comment?
Thank you, Chair. Actually, no, I do have some comments if you would indulge me for a minute or two.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, first of all, I have to tell you, I'm so happy to see this this application come before planning. This is for a much needed high school in Riverside South. I had advertised it throughout that this meeting was going to be held, and the community is extremely pleased to see it come forward. But what I would like to do is to raise some concerns I have about the application right now, that I'm hopeful that the planning committee will take put under their hat for any future planning of schools on very busy roads across the city. Number one, this high school is a 3-story high school at the corner of Spratt and Earl Armstrong. Anyone familiar with Riverside South will know that Earl Armstrong is an extremely busy, very fast road through the community. And right now, the intersection where the school will be located on the south side of Earl Armstrong, on the eastern side of Spratt Road, which will be the entrance, is an extremely busy and dangerous intersection. We've had numerous accidents, crashes at these locations, actually several locations along Earl Armstrong. So my concern is by locating a high school on such a busy road, we are potentially jeopardizing safety. We're also going to be looking at potentially a bottleneck of traffic in the future when we put this in. The location for the high school, while it's smack dab in the middle of the community, is actually on the wrong side of Spratt Road. It should have been placed on the western side of Spratt Road. So when traffic turns off Earl Armstrong, it automatically can stay on the same side as on Spratt and take the bus loop. But the way it's located right now, you're turning onto Spratt Road, then you've got a cross traffic that's coming out on Spratt to go into the high school. Now, a lot of you may say, well, what's the big deal? Well, the big deal is that it's going to impede traffic leaving the community. We're going to have several buses. We're going to have a lot of cars. The behavior of parents and children, students going to school right now has changed dramatically over the pandemic. We don't have the school buses. A lot of kids, while we are encouraging active transportation, are actually driving. There will be buses and there will be the LRT eventually and the bike pathways, but the behavior shows that there's just too much traffic going into schools. Earl Armstrong is one bad road. Limebank is another. And if you think that maybe I'm causing a lot of fear, I'm not. St. FX High School, which is located quite a distance off Limebank, is now experiencing these problems where traffic is backed up onto Limebank and down Limebank from the volume of traffic trying to get into that high school. So I'm anticipating some issues going forward. I want to thank the school board. The officials of the school board and planning have sat down and discussed this extensively with me so that they have their thinking caps on and are trying to design the entrances and the parking and the accesses into that school and out, maybe design them a little bit better. But they're taking this into future consideration, and I'm hoping that the planning department will also take a look at this in future to make the traffic flow off of busy arterial into that school, as the flows will flow much better instead of having to cross traffic on a road going in and then having to come back out onto a busy road. There will be challenges. All that said, I think that I've made my concerns, to the board well aware. They're well aware of my concerns, and I'm hoping the planning department will in future, because the last thing we want is to have somebody injured or killed on a really busy road. And the community agrees that this is busy, but we just don't. We need the school to go ahead. And I also appeal to the planning staff to do their utmost to expedite all the approvals so that we can get the shovels in the ground as soon as possible. So thank you for the time. And if you have any questions about what I'm actually talking about, I don't know if I explained it well, but we've got to locate our schools in a much maybe less busy areas, or accommodate the traffic in a better manner. So I'll leave it at that, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councillor. And I think that reflects some of the email correspondence we've received on this item as well. And I know that our transportation department is looking into that particular intersection for safety improvements. So that's good. So on the zoning bylaw amendment for 702 Earl Armstrong Road, are the report recommendations carried?
Carried.
Carried. Okay. And then item number 4, which is 385 Sussex Drive, we will hold that item as well. There is a public delegation registered. So if we go back to the beginning, the first item that we held was number 2, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 641 Rideau Street. We're going to have a brief staff presentation and then presentation from the applicant, and then we have a number of delegations registered. So we'll begin with a staff presentation from Simon Diaco. Good morning, Simon.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee and the public who've attended. My name is Simon Diaco. I'm the file lead for this application. Next slide, please. This morning, we're considering amendments to the Uptown Rideau Secondary Plan and zoning bylaw amendment to permit the development of a 25-story mixed-use tower on the subject property. The OPA is required to recommend amendments to the required floor space index, the maximum floor space index, and a second public realm to trigger density redistribution. The zoning would be reflective of the new program and can include site-specific performance standards with respect to height, setbacks, and a new zoning schedule. What's important in considering this file today, members, is that this is not a discussion about height. This is rather a discussion on density redistribution triggers within the secondary plan and the design and built form criteria to assess such a project. Next slide, please. Subject site is on the north side of Rideau Street, just east of Wurtemberg and west of the Cummings Bridge as we move to the Vanier community. To the immediate east is the Romanian embassy, and to the west of the site is an OCH property. This property is in the middle of those sites. It does not have direct frontage to the waterfront or existing pathway networks. And to the north of the site, we see an existing residential tower. Next slide, please. Some contextual photos of the site. We see the existing 3-story buildings and the residential tower to the north. Rideau Street along this section is an arterial road and there's 4 lanes. Next slide, please. This is the current official plan designation. The property abuts a traditional Main Street designation. Next slide, please. The next layer of policy here is the Uptown Rideau Secondary Plan, and these images are key. The first image that we see is Schedule B, which outlines the baseline heights for this site and the maximum FSI. So for this particular site, we see a baseline height of 9 stories and an FSI of 5.0. An FSI refers to taking the area of the site in square footage or square meters, and that is the permissible amount of development for the site. So in this case, it would be the site area times a maximum of 5.0. Next slide, please. The next slide in the Uptown Rideau Secondary Plan is a demonstration of sites that have been identified for density redistribution. We see sites along the north side of the edge where up to 25 stories are permitted, which includes this property. We generally see a transition in height from north to south in 25, 19, and 9-story buildings respectively. And we also see sites that have been determined as not appropriate for density redistribution upon certain criteria being satisfied. Next slide, please. In the new official plan, the site is designated as, is located within a downtown transect on a corridor Main Street with an evolving neighborhood designation. The principles of this transect designation are to see a mix of uses and densities along such corridors. And the project is consistent with this new OP direction, which is currently with the province. Next slide, please. The current zoning is reflective of the traditional Main Street designation, and it has a maximum height of 19 meters and FSI of 3.5 meters. Next slide, please. As part of the proposed zoning, staff are recommending a new traditional Main Street exception zone with a new implementing height schedule that would capture the building program. As we can see, it captures the maximum heights and building setbacks and step backs for the project. Next slide, please. With respect to the policy review for this project, the applicant and the application reviewed against the current OP, Uptown Rideau secondary plan, and the new official plan. It's staff's opinion that the project is consistent with the official plan with respect to managing growth and intensification. Notwithstanding the amendments that are being proposed, the project is consistent with the principles of the Uptown Rideau secondary plan for sites that can consider density redistribution. As in staff's opinion, it responds to the built form principles within the secondary plan. There's also appropriate zoning provisions as part of the approval, which include a holding provision, which is required as per the secondary plan, and the requirement for a Section 37 agreement prior to the implementing bylaws being enacted. It's staff's opinion that the project is also consistent with sections 2.5 and 411 of the OP with respect to urban design and compatibility, and consistent with the applicable design guidelines for the site. And lastly, the project, as I said, is consistent with the direction of the new official plan. Next slide, please. The slide just demonstrates some of the evolution of the project as the project went through staff comments and consideration by the Urban Design Review Panel. Some of the large shifts in the project's design include a refinement of the podium, which was brought down to be consistent with secondary plan direction, refinement in the roof and penthouse features of the building, along with some of the architectural materials. So we see the progression from left to right, where the project on the right image would be implemented through the zoning schedule I shared earlier. Next slide. This is just a concept of the site plan for the project, showing the access from Rideau Street, which would be a right-in, right-out only movement, a new public realm, a public open space component on the east side of the site as required by the secondary plan. Next slide, please. And just to wrap up, our next step is the applicant would, if approved, the applicant would be required to enter into a Section 37 agreement. We would go through our statutory notice of approval and appeal periods, and then an application for site plan control, which has not been submitted to date, would be forthcoming. And then as included in the details of the zoning, there is a holding provision for the site that would have to be addressed on a future application. Next slide, please. And thank you, committee. That's my presentation. Any questions?
All right, thanks, Simon. We'll come back to you later for questions from the committee. We'll go now to the applicant for a presentation. We have Miguel Tremblay and Scott Alain from FOTEN and Joey Taberge from Taberge Homes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a PowerPoint if Eric could bring that up, and I'll walk you through it very quickly. As always, my intent is not to revisit all of the policy discussion by the file planner. Thank you again, Simon Diaco, but I do want to emphasize a few additional points. I've also submitted a letter to the committee, which you may refer to, and my comments today will be very consistent with that letter. Eric, if you could forward maybe to page 3, I'll start there. Just to revisit a little bit of the context discussion, I want to remind the committee that the site is located, number 3, please, that the site is actually located in a high-rise section of Rideau Street. It's already characterized by the 21-story bar building, the Urbandale building to the north, and the 15-story OCH building to the immediate east. The Romanian embassy is also a development parcel, which immediately abuts the water. And it is also eligible for the density transfer. So oftentimes the committee is considering buildings that are a little ahead of the rest of the corridor filling out. But in this case here, we are in an area that is already characterized by high rise. Eric, if you can go to slide 5, please. Simon identified that the site in the current OP is designated traditional Main Street. It's also on a transit priority corridor. Rideau Street is a little bit more of a fulsome transit traditional Main Street than some of the other ones, and it does not have on-street parking. It is characterized by east-west dedicated bus lanes. It is very much a transit street, unlike some of the other dashed main streets like Elgin. So it is in addition to being on a traditional Main Street, it is very much a street that is intended to accommodate greater heights and density. Simon briefly touched on the new OP as well. And while we're not relying on the new OP to rationalize the application, we did consider it, given it's a council approved document, and similar to Mr. Diaco's comments, the new OP would support the heights and the densities proposed, and as a matter of fact would not cap densities like the secondary plan is doing. If you can go to slide 6, and I won't spend too much time on this, but the Uptown Rideau Street, you heard from Mr. Diaco, does identify FSIs. That FSI was a calculation based on the as of right form, which on this site and this block would be 9 stories. That's how the city came up with the density, but it is eligible for a density transfer up to 25 stories. So to echo Mr. Diaco's comments, this is not a discussion of height. It is a consideration of form and are we doing a good job, but it is not a consideration necessarily of whether the height is appropriate. What the OPA does is 2 things. One, it recognizes that this block is a mid-block lot and that on its own, some adjustments to the criteria for density distribution is being clarified. This site does not have 2 public frontages, and that's the amendment. But I can advise the committee that it meets all of the other criterias related to lot area, provision of a POPs, or obligations for building transition. So it does meet the intent of the secondary plan. And that criteria is on page 13 of the staff report. The second thing that this amendment does is it updates the FSI. There are other properties on Rideau Street that have an FSI greater than 5. As a side note, in my opinion, an FSI is a very outdated mechanism to regulate growth. In this case, it does provide us a frame of reference, again, based on a 9-story massing. But although we exceed the FSI, the form of the building, whether it's the 25-story building, all of the setbacks to abutting high-rise buildings, both future and existing, the podium height, and even in the floor plate that is now in the range that is deemed acceptable to the city, the form is appropriate. It responds well to the policies and the context. It's simply that the FSI needs to be adjusted to respond and reflect the true volume of the building, which at the time when these FSIs were established, there was no development application to truly assess that. With respect to that FSI and the measure of impacts, there are no additional impacts to that volume, but there are benefits to the city. There's sufficient transportation capacity. We have a traffic study that confirms so. There is sufficient servicing capacity. As a matter of fact, the city recently, in the last 5-6 years, upgraded and split the sewers on Rideau Street. And it is transit supportive in that it is located on a transit priority corridor. I don't want to oversimplify the discussion, but if the form is acceptable and it meets all of the policy direction, what is the harm with the additional density when it's located on a transit priority corridor and can advance the city's objectives? I have a few more minutes, which is not typical for me, so I'll maybe ask Eric to slide ahead on a couple of the other ones. I wanted to give you an appreciation and maybe just spend a second or two on each of the next slides, Eric. Not this one, keep going if you don't mind. We just want to give you a little bit of appreciation of massing in context. You recall that I identified that this is part of already a high-rise node. Other areas of Rideau Street further east are also characterized by high-rise buildings. And we populated some of the new buildings that were recently approved, including the two 25-story towers for Trinity. This drawing does illustrate a little bit. You can see the embassy, the tower, even though there's a blank wall condition to the Urbandale building to the immediate north, we meet and exceed all of the tower separation requirements. If you want to keep moving, Eric.
Miguel, you are at
yeah.
time, so if you could just wrap up on this slide, please.
Okay, well, I'll simply maybe go to the next one, Eric, and I'll wrap up on that one. In that I believe the Lowertown Community Association is going to make comments related to potential impacts to McDonald Park, which you can see in the foreground here. There are existing other buildings and future buildings anticipated, but great care was given to what would be an appropriate transition to that park. So I'll leave it to that, and I'm happy to answer questions at a later time.
Thank you. And we will come back to you later on for questions. We're going to go to our public delegations now, just give our clerks team a chance to reset a bit. We have 6 public delegations registered. The first 3 are Warren Waters from the Lowertown Community Association, Darren Lowy representing Acorn, and Laura Shantz. So first up is Warren Waters. Is Warren with us?
Yes, that's me.
How are you?
My name is Warren Waters. I'm with the Lowertown Community Association. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
The delegate from Foten has asked an important question. He said, what harm of increasing density to 6.9 if it already meets all of the requirements of the city? I'm going to try and answer his question and ask one of my own at the end. We're recommending that you refuse the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments. 641 Rideau is, as they say, one of the last lots on Rideau Street, where that street curves to cross the river. The vision of the Uptown Rideau secondary plan describes the area as, quote, generally a street of mid-rise buildings, occasionally taller buildings, rising above human-scaled podiums, transitioning in height toward the central area. And new buildings achieve sensitivity to established neighborhoods with a high level of architectural excellence. That's the vision the City of Ottawa endorsed when it approved the Uptown Rideau secondary plan after a 2-year consultation process. So the secondary plan already permits intensification and sets out the requirements for the infill development. The city's already done the upfront work through the URCP to determine what good intensification is for this lot. And the intensification includes an increase in height up to 25 stories and an FSI of 5, only if the proposal meets all of the density redistribution criteria. That's what the secondary plan says. We explained all this in our written comments. So what's changed since that plan was made? The URSP does not contemplate a proponent requesting an increased FSI. There's no test in the plan to do so. For density redistribution, policy 531C clearly states the proposal must not exceed the maximum FSI established for the lot. We note the city's own architectural and design experts, the Urban Design Review Panel, found the proposal does not meet some of the built form criteria. The building accommodates only a small cafe with a narrow facade. It's not a POP that invites the public in. The policy direction for development on traditional main streets is to increase walking, cycling, and transit use. And yet here, approval would mean a 4-level underground parking lot with 228 spaces on the busiest road in the city. Section 37, funds addressing the problems that will arise from the development, such as traffic control and pedestrian safety. The number of apartments designated as large household dwelling units are only 2-bedroom units, merely 850 square feet. At a time when there's an affordable housing crisis, the community needs dwelling units which can accommodate larger families. The current rental apartments are relatively affordable units that will be lost by this proposal. There is no coherent argument provided justifying why the proposal should be approved. If the members of the committee can imagine the proposed building, consider the surrounding community, it's clear it does significantly deter from the intent of the Uptown Rideau secondary plan. My question is, the proposal exceeds the maximum FSI of 6 that's designated in the secondary plan, and that density is reserved only for the 2 largest properties on the north side of Rideau, the Loblaws site at Nelson and the Trinity site at Chapel Street. The secondary plan notes these 2 large properties each have an area over 4,000 square meters that'll have an allowable density of only 6. Because they have the shape, size, and location to allow the properties to absorb more density. So how will 641 site, with only 1 public realm and a proposed FSI of 6.9, absorb its significantly higher density on a smaller site without deterring from the intent of the secondary plan? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Warren. Are there any questions from the committee? I'm seeing none. Councillor Menard.
Thanks
Go
very
ahead.
much, Chair. I just wanted to ask about the pre-consultation period here, Warren, because this is coming to us at committee later in the day than I'd like, and I don't know if the councillor has worked with you prior to this time, if the developer did their due diligence and presented to the community association and worked with you to try to find some middle ground here. That's what I always prefer. So can you just go through what process has occurred prior to today to try to find a better solution to this than where we're finding ourselves right now?
Yeah, we had a pre-consultation. We had a consultation after the application was made, and I'm sure that they took in all of our comments at that time. The next thing we heard about it, it went to the Urban Design Review Panel with a revised design, but the revisions were purely cosmetic in order to meet the anticipated Urban Design Review Panel objections. I think they went back to the Urban Design Review Panel a second time, and hence they've got the 3 different versions that you've seen in the slides. But there was no attempt to try and meet a second time with the wider community.
Okay, so just before, they didn't go and meet with you before the application was actually submitted.
Yes, they did. Yes, no, it was. There was a meeting, pre-application consultation, okay. But those are kept confidential.
Yes.
The wider community has no say in it. Only those who signed the non-disclosure agreement.
Yeah, I know. There's real problems with that. I just hope that in those situations, developers' choice, I guess. But
in fact, we're not even allowed to say that we've attended them.
Yeah, I know there's real issues with it. I guess some developers are more open in advance. They'll often meet with the councillor's office and the community association in advance to talk through before the application is made, and then try to come to some middle ground, which is what I would really prefer us to go to. So I appreciate your comments. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. And thank you, Warren, for your comments today. Next speaker is Darren Lowy. Good morning, Darren.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Darren Lowy, and I'd like to thank the Planning Committee for allowing me to speak today. Oh, 1 minute. Hello? Hello? Yes. I lived at 645 Rideau Street for 18 years, so I'd like to speak about my perspective on this proposal. I'm also speaking as a member of ACORN, a social and economic justice organization of low-income people in Ottawa that's 32,000 members strong and fights against mass evictions and destruction of affordable housing in cases just like these. Hello? Hello? I urge the committee to reject this application not only because it's the right thing to do, but also because it would be in line with priorities that Ottawa has already announced on how it would handle the current crisis. In early 2021, Joy DeBridge Homes applied for a rezoning that would lead to the eventual demolition of these buildings. 2 months before that, the property management company, Sleepwell, filed for my eviction, what I can only think is a continuation of the pattern of dem evictions that have been happening across Ottawa, where landlords try to push out low-income tenants to replace them with ones who can afford to pay more. They don't always try to force people out directly either. Instead, they do what Sleepwell did, where they neglect the buildings until tenants literally cannot live in horrible conditions. For 18 years, I was living in sunlight conditions, roaches everywhere, extreme water damage to my wall in my living room. My door was hanging off its hinges. My stove had one functioning burner since 2015. My oven did not work at all. You might ask, why did I want to keep living there? The answer is, hello? Hello? The answer is simple. There was nowhere else I could afford. Like so many low-income tenants in Ottawa, my landlord knew that they could keep treating me poorly and get away with it. Worse yet, it's a common tactic to try to force out long-term tenants. Sleepwell had hoped that I'd just leave, and so they could raise the rent for the next tenant. I mean, why would they maintain the place if they're planning to tear it down anyways? This kind of predatory behavior shouldn't be rewarded with approval from the city rezoning. Almost years ago to this day, I worked with Acorn to arrange an action in front of my home. Hello? In front of my home, fighting against the wrongful attempts at eviction. I would have been homeless, staying in the street with 2 cats and carriers with nowhere to go in the middle of winter and in the middle of a pandemic. With the collective pressure we built up through this action and reaching out to the media, I managed to get 4 months' time to find a new place to live. The fact that I got a small cash settlement speaks to how the company knew that they had no legal grounds for eviction. But without work from Acorn and the rest of the community here in Ottawa, I would have had nowhere to go. Since moving out of here, I was lucky to find a nonprofit housing, but even still with my rent at more than what I was paying before. If it wasn't for help from my family, I wouldn't be able to afford the rent at all. So I really feel bad for my neighbors here. I know that many of them would be in similar situations to what I am now or worse. One of my neighbors who also lives in OSP would definitely be homeless on the street if this development application goes through. Even if people are able to find somewhere to live, they will have less money for food or clothes or children to cover all living expenses. How do they get by when 80 or 90% of your income goes to your rent? Not only does this mean that voting approval of this application is a vote to increase homelessness and poverty across Ottawa, but the city is even considering this application contradicts their own positions on affordable housing. It's been 2 years since the city of Ottawa declared a housing emergency. In addition, in the 10-year housing and homeless plan and the city's new official plan, Ottawa City Council stated that one of its priorities was to preserve existing affordable housing. According to University of Ottawa professor Carolyn Witzman, we are losing 15 units of affordable housing for every 1 unit that is built. Dem evictions are one of the major drivers in this loss of affordable housing. If approved, this redevelopment would only add to the problem. Development should not come on the backs of low-income working class tenants, and Ottawa should be able to trust their elected officials to vote on the people's best interest. Working class people shouldn't have to live in fear of homelessness. No one should. I'd like to thank the Planning Committee for allowing me to speak. I sincerely hope my words will be taken into consideration and you will vote against the application to redevelop 649 Rideau. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren, for your comments. Councillor Fleury has a question for you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Darren. Thank you for the delegation and thank you for bringing awareness to council members and committee members of the challenges. How many units are currently at, I know there are 3 separate addresses, but how many units are on the parcel?
Well, actually, there are 5 separate addresses. It's
5, sorry.
And it has 30 units. Of those, 5 are 1 bedrooms, 5 are studios, and the rest are 2 bedrooms.
If the current long-standing rentals that are there are to see a demo for a new building, what is the best way forward for you and the tenants? Is it a compensation? Is it finding alternative at the same price? Is it being able to reintegrate the new project? What could you maybe share with us if the site is to be redeveloped? What would be the best outcome, or what would be the best coverage here?
Well, the best thing would be to find them housing that's comparable to what they have for about the same price. The biggest problem is that even if they get several months' notice, the housing market is so out of control right now. I remember last year when I was looking for places, I saw places advertised $1,000 just for a room, an 8 by 9 foot room. I mean, studio apartments. I saw a studio apartment that was 200 square feet in a basement, full of roaches. It didn't even have a stove. It had a hot plate, and they wanted $1,150 for it. I mean, and it was rented a few weeks later. I mean, they need. It's not, if they have to move out, what happens is the person that's paying, they end up paying $300, $400, $500 more a month for the place they're moving into. Well, that's going to really impact on their ability to live. How you pay for your groceries. I mean, if you're making, you know, if like I said before, if you're going, if right now you're paying 60% of your rent for income, and all of a sudden you have to pay 90% of your income for income, how do you survive? How do you pay your bills? How do you buy groceries? They need, if they can find housing that's comparable at the same price, that's fine. But that's what needs to be done.
Okay. And I have my concerns with the application. I've written it in the report, but through that, there's a number of information that's come to be in relation to existing tenants, and I'll be bringing forward a motion later to the committee to try to alleviate the challenges that you've raised. So please continue listening.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Thank you very much, Darren, for your presentation today. Next speaker is Laura Shantz. Morning, Laura.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you. I'll get going. So hi, my name is Laura Shantz, and I'm here because I'm concerned about the proposal at 641 Rideau Street and the switch from affordable rental apartments to condominium units or more luxury units at this site. The City of Ottawa's new official plan indicates that increased density in existing neighborhoods should be encouraged and supported. I know the staff report indicated similar. While I, like many others, have absolutely no problem with the concept of more neighbors and would indeed welcome the transformation of this section of Rideau Street into a more pleasant walking route, having shops along it, maybe even making the cycling route in both directions a little safer, my concern is that what is before you is a demo-eviction application. This application would displace tenants who are living in units with moderate rental costs and which are relatively affordable compared to alternatives on the market, especially alternatives in this specific area. Where are these residents supposed to find accommodation at similar price points? As a member of the People's Official Plan Group, I have raised concerns for our low-income friends and neighbors who need deeply affordable rental housing. The new official plan, which is before the province right now, approved by the city, is supposed to protect tenants by ensuring that rental apartments will not be converted into condominiums and to ensure that low-income rentals remain on the market. Section 4.2.3 in particular is supposed to protect existing rental housing stock. In this instance, there is not a significant local vacancy rate of affordable units to make these units unnecessary, and they are definitely not above market rent for the area. As such, the official plan, the new official plan, the guiding policy that's been adopted a few months ago and is only waiting for provincial approval, will tell you not to approve this plan. In Ottawa, we are losing 15 affordable rental units for every one that is built. These rental units will not be replaced with anything comparable, and the individuals and families who live in these units will have to look long and hard to find accommodations. They will likely have to find housing further from work and friends. They may have to change their kids' schools. They will probably have to stretch their budgets to find something affordable. I have the good fortune to have a reasonable living situation right now, but in the past, I've paid up to 85% of my income for housing. It's a struggle, and to know that housing costs are only going up is incredibly frightening for people. There need to be alternatives. There needs to be accommodations for individuals living in these apartments to have somewhere to go at comparable rent and to have have apartments returned to them. They have somewhere to move back to once the construction is complete. Without those types of measures, this proposal should not be moved forward. This is yet another example of lower income tenants having their housing sacrificed for condos and for higher income renters. I agree with increasing density, absolutely, but I ask members of this committee to stand with renters and ensure that this doesn't become yet another demo-eviction, leaving tenants without affordable housing that they need and deserve. Housing is a human right. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Councillor Menard has a question.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just wanted to talk about the zoning here and appreciate your comments. I guess they're looking to essentially quadruple the height allowed by the current zoning. And so if they were putting in rental apartments here with a baked in, as the new official plan says we should be doing, both for market affordable and deeply affordable housing. Would this be something you'd be opposing at this time if they had instead proposed something along the lines that our new official plan says we should be looking at?
Not in the slightest. I absolutely believe that we need more neighbors. We need more neighbors on transit routes like this. This is a perfect place for such a development. The challenge is that this is also an area with a lot of low income tenants where people really need that affordability. And I think we are not seeing affordable stock coming on the market in any way comparable to what is being lost. And it's a huge red flag. We have a housing and homelessness emergency. We need to be addressing that.
And this application would displace people. One of the things the new official plan talked about was anti-displacement, and that we need bylaws to ensure that we don't have people displaced in these types of situations. Are you aware of anything that would allow for anti-displacement in this case that's being offered up by the developer?
I have not personally heard about anything to that extent. I'm really hoping there is something. I'm hoping Councillor Fleury is maybe working on something behind the scenes, because honestly, like these are our neighbors. They don't have anywhere to go. There's not, I live just down the bridge in Vanier, and I can tell you that rental stock around here is at such a dire state, affordable rental stock, that we're looking at doing housing labs. We're looking at trying to, get volunteer citizens to get, to be searching for apartments for people. That's how tight the market is.
Thanks very much, Michelle. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Councillor Fleury, I saw your hand go up and then I went down. Oh, it's back up again. So Councillor Fleury.
I'm sorry, it wasn't done on purpose. Thank you, Laura. I am working on a motion for today. I don't think it's the full solution, but I am doing what I can in respect to authorities we have now. I did want to bring maybe to the record one element, which was in November of 2020, Councillor Eglai and I brought a motion that is still under review by staff, which is to give a full understanding of council of the tools we have for rent evictions. And we're still waiting a fulsome report on that. I know with recent retirements and a change of scope, that Charmaine Forgy and their team are looking at it, and we're expecting to see the tools that council would have to implement for rent evictions this early this year. So just want to bring that to the record. I know it might not be specific to this application, but if we did leverage all the tools we have and have those in place, we'd be in a better position for these sorts of challenges that you're raising. So thank you.
Thank you. I think it's good points, and I know I'm eagerly awaiting seeing the report. I remember your motion, and it's appreciated, and I think it'll be a great hopefully once this official plan is approved by the province, we can actually get a few more tools to deal with this. But for right now, those tenants have a pretty scary, uncertain future.
Okay, I'm seeing no more questions, so thank you, Laura. Just there was a reference earlier to quadrupling of the building height. The baseline is 9. The proposal here is for 25. So we're looking at not quite 3 times the baseline. But we have 3 more speakers: Michael Barnes, Andrea Harrison, and Victor Watson, and Iona Horvath. Michael Barnes is with us, I believe, on the telephone. Michael, are you with us?
Chair, Mr. Barnes may need to press *6 in order to unmute himself. He appears to be unmuted on our end.
Michael, are you with us? *6 will unmute. Okay, why don't we move ahead to the next speaker and we'll come back to Michael afterwards. Our next two speakers are registered together. We have Andrea Harrison and Victor Watson. Andrea and Victor.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Unfortunately, my husband's in a telephone conference downstairs, but we own the triplex across the street from the proposed 641 Rideau construction. Our home was built during Bytown, so prior to Ottawa becoming Ottawa. So it's over 150 years old. Now, in none of the pictures that were shown in any of the PowerPoint presentations did they display what the south side of Rideau Street looked like. We are a rental income property, but we're also a homeowner that lives in our own home. And we have a few major concerns regarding the construction of a high rise that goes up directly across the street from us. One of them is that, of course, it will shut down the last piece of northern skyline in the area. So our home will be facing a very tall high rise, which is not a beautiful appearance for us. Currently, it's also difficult to merge in and out of Rideau Street, and the construction will create more turmoil for my husband and I and our tenant. Currently, a lot of people also will be displaced because they can't afford living in the area. We observed a protest just last week by those residents, and I feel very terrible for when I listen to Darren's story. The tenants there have never been an issue for us for the past 20 years of living here in Rideau Street. And we understand how difficult it is to find affordable housing in the community. One of our tenants is in his 60s, and we actually don't raise our rent because we want to ensure that he has affordable accommodations to live in this area and is an excellent tenant. So if we did increase our rent to reflect some of the increases in the Ottawa area, he would be displaced and would not have anywhere to go. One of the most important things we want to maintain, of course, is the structural integrity of our home, being that it is over 150 years old. My husband and I have put in a lot of money into our home to make it beautiful for us to live here. It's not just a third-party rental income property. We have had issues in the past where manholes caused damage to our home, many tremors, and the Rideau Street construction of the sewer lines also created cracks in our walls. We are very concerned about blasting if it is required, or the use of jackhammers, and the vibration causing further damage to our home, which I said we have invested a lot of money into. We want some kind of assurance or protection or something that stands up for the older homes that reside on the south side of Rideau Street, which I mentioned is not captured in any of the presentations that were provided. I would like if the City Council can address some of these issues.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Councillor Fleury has a question.
Maybe it's a question to staff briefly on this one relating to conditions of the site plan. Could we add those elements in relations to risk to neighboring properties and surveys and so on that beyond the traditional clauses that exist in the agreement?
Councillor, let's raise that with staff once we get to staff questions later on, but certainly noted from the applicant's, from Andrea's presentation, pardon me. Did you have any other questions for Andrea, Councillor?
No, I'll raise it to staff. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, my husband has just joined me from telephone conference. Do you have something else to say, Victor?
Yeah, so what we've seen happen before in Ottawa for other people in a similar situation is that during construction, their places get damaged and their insurance carriers don't cover the damage. So what we would like the developer to do is purchase some insurance to cover our damages should that happen.
Also, the potential loss of tenants in the area for the other rental income properties on the south side. The quality of living during a major construction project like that, if there are jackhammers, if there is blasting, affects our quality of living on a day-to-day basis. And since all of these properties have rental income, the owners can also suffer loss of this income due to the construction, increase of traffic on the road work, increased dust and effects to our homes.
Well, the noise will be a big issue.
It'll be a huge issue.
Well,
Like
thank
we
you,
went through
Andrea and
January's
Victor. And
list.
thank you, Andrea and Victor, and Councillor Fleury, if you can ask staff to address that when we get to staff questions later on. Thank you for your presentation today. We'll go to our next speaker, Iona Horvath.
Hello, committee members. My name is Ilona Horvath. I live by the McDonald Gardens Park. I am a resident of the McDonald Gardens community, and I'm passionate about Lower Town as a place and the environment I live in, and I care about the environment. I live with my fellow citizens. With deep thought and research in this matter, I am deeply concerned with the detrimental impacts this 25-story high-rise will have on the lives of the people living on both sides of Rideau Street. This development will not only have an impact on the established neighborhood, but it will impact the quality of the public realm of the street and the streetscape of this section of Upper Rideau. This proposal is in direct conflict with the city's own policies. I quote Section 5, Land Use and Build Form section of the secondary plan, which says, the build form approach of this plan is to establish consistent mid-rise building heights and density while allowing for the exploration of alternative build form. And I stress under specific conditions without increasing density. This proposal now seeks removing these latter conditions, most of the specific conditions, which call density redistribution policies, which are the very safeguards of those plans, of the secondary plan and the community design plan. I wish to stress, as other community members mentioned earlier, this development goes directly against the vision, the core principles, and the key directions of the city's own plans. By allowing zoning amendments such as height, the FSI, and adding apartment dwelling, high-rise as a permitted use, this section of Rideau Street closest to the Rideau River would irreversibly change. And this is something that the wider community does not welcome. I urge the committee members to vote against this proposal. Thank you. I do not wish to use the slides because Foten in its presentation used it. I just wanted to highlight, and you may want to go back, just a few images, how the massing will impact the streetscape. So if you could just go back, sorry, just to have those few images. Thank you. Unfortunately, there is not any close-up to show. But thank you for the images you can remove.
Okay, thank you, Ilona. Do you have any other comments, or is that your presentation?
While I still have some time, I wanted to comment on the public consultation. Very briefly, we had a public consultation which was appreciated by everyone. It was attended by very well attended. There were lots of questions, or would have been questions, but unfortunately, the community didn't have much time to ask those questions. And towards the end, in December, we received the application just before the holiday season, and we had a very tight deadline to comment on the application, and we didn't have either much time once we learned that we will go to planning committee to get ready for making our points.
Okay, thank you, Ilona. Are there any questions from committee members? I'm seeing none. Thank you, Ilona, for your presentation today. I want to go back to Michael Barnes, who we weren't able to bring into the call earlier. Is Michael with us?
Hello.
Hi,
Can
Michael.
you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Hi. Good. I tried previously, but it didn't quite work. But I'm pleased to be able to speak before the committee today. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm a board member of Action Sandy Hill, and I cannot begin to say other than this is a project that affects both sides of Rideau Street. And it's very important to be able to emphasize that in Action Sandy Hill's letter to the committee, we raised the very same point as the Lower Town Community Association. So what I'd like to say is the consultation period was very limited, and that makes it even more challenging to hear the news over a pandemic and the preparation time between about the 16th or 20th of December and submissions to January 7th. So in brief, we again emphasized the height, the density, and the massing of this building is disproportionate. In the original Rideau Street community design plan that pre-existed the existing plan, we can see that this building would have been in the 3 to 6 floor height range. Now we're seeing a height of about 9 floors. The developer would seek 25 floors. Nothing really has changed on Rideau Street other than the request for unreasonable intensification. So that's an important point. The building does not sit on at least 2 public realms. The building's podium exceeds the maximum that is allowed for this site. The list really goes on and goes on. The building is not sensitive to an entire block of heritage homes directly across the street. Those heritage homes are not photographed, are not spoken to, are not recognized. There is no sensitive transition. It's a massive building. Even the revised shadow plan does not meet the requirements of the city because the entire length of the shadows for this development are not shown. You members of the committee, when you look at it, you cannot see that in some cases public parks will be shadowed. There's no written summary of what these impacts are. the shadows will reach across the Rideau River. It will create a wall, a concrete wall up there when you come across Cummings Bridge. And although it's not so-called required, part of the land is under the authority of the Rideau Valley Conservation Authority. And some of that land may well be unstable, yet they propose a 4-floor underground garage, the deepest garage that I know of built in this part of the city. So when you look at it, there's really not much that's going to be exciting. The volumes of traffic on Rideau Street are immense. They will only go up. It's the most difficult entry and exit point. I don't believe that you'll be able to get 2 FedEx trucks in their entryway. Garbage trucks will certainly have to back up onto Rideau, which experiences 30,000 plus cars a day. So when you look at it, it's too much, and it doesn't meet the requirements. It's not at all similar to the FSIs of Loblaws and the Trinity development at Rideau and Chapel. So what I'd say is there will be development here, but it has to be in moderation and it has to be reasonable. The height,
Michael, that's your time, so we'll pause you there.
Well, okay.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions or comments from committee members? Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mr. Barnes, for being here. I did want you to expand, if you could, on, and I'm not sure if you looked at this or not, but the new official plan, where this is now, and the old official plan. I'm going to ask staff that question. It seems to me this would be an amendment for both the old official plan and the new official plan if it were in force. So if you can just comment on that and where we're at in terms of that. I'm not as concerned about the height in this instance. I'm concerned about the displacement, which is also something the new official plan was seeking to address. The density and the thickness of this building as it relates to the surrounding community is a concern. So I'd just like you to, if you can, go into the new official plan dynamic and expand on what your thoughts were there.
Well, I guess in fairness, I'm looking at everything relative to the community design plan, and I'm looking at the Sandy Hill plan. I feel that those properties that face directly on to 641, 651 Rideau are going to be very disadvantaged. There's no sensitive transition here to have 2.5 floor buildings, homes, all heritage, the only heritage block on all of Rideau Street, facing this massive tower. It just defies description. And as you heard on a previous speaker, by the time that foundations for a 4-floor underground garage are, well and truly done, on that sandy sand and clay, the adjoining Besser-Württemberg area will be affected. So I can't go into absolute detail, but this is a proposal which unfortunately doesn't mesh. It doesn't mesh with the 4-floor Romanian embassy to the east of the site. It will overpower anything in the area. And it's unfortunately, from my perspective, a step backwards. And that's in essence what it is. There wasn't the time really given for effective consultation. There was one meeting and a very, very, very small window of an hour or change for public input. And, you know, that's probably why we're here today. I don't hear much support for this proposal, and I know Action Sandy Hill in its letter with respect to this proposal does not support it.
Okay, I just wanted to jump in. What I'm trying to get at, I wasn't as specific at first, I'm sorry. The current secondary plan, which I understand was updated as a result of the new official plan process. And maybe I'm wrong, but I want to key in on this. So the secondary plan, I understand it is somewhat more permissive here and would allow for somewhat more, but the application requires amendments to that new secondary plan as well. Is that correct? We've just gone through this whole exercise in the official plan. So I want to, if you have that answer. It's not my area, so I don't 100% know, but I want to be clear if you have that information or not.
Right. I'd have to say, frankly, I don't have the absolute information, and I could look into it, research. I'm sure staff can help, but I cannot tell you at the moment. I just find that, yeah, I'd say I'd prefer not to.
Okay,
guess.
that's fair,
I'd
Mr.
rather
Barnes. That's
be
fair.
right.
I'll ask that question to staff, but I understand why you wouldn't have that information at your fingertips. I don't either, but I'll ask that of staff. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. And thank you very much, Michael, for joining us. Glad we were able to get our technology working so we could hear you today. That wraps up the public delegations. Before we go to the applicant and staff, Councillor Fleury mentioned the motion that he's been working on. We're going to have Councillor Moffat move it on his behalf, but Councillor Fleury, we'll get it up on screen. Can you just introduce it for us once it's up?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your help in advancing the conversation that led to this, and thank you, Vice Chair, in moving. So, whereas report ACS 2022 PI PS 0002 recommends amendments to the Uptown Rideau Secondary Plan and Secondary Zoning Bylaw 2008-250 for the property at 641 Rideau Street to permit a 25-story building, and whereas the building on the property were constructed in the 1950s and are at the end of their life cycle, and whereas concerns have been raised by myself and community with respect to the provisions of affordable housing for the existing tenants within the building, therefore be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Council amend the staff report to add a new recommendation 1E to include the following. I wonder if you could scroll down, Eric. Apologize. Thank you. That the implementing official plan amendment and zoning bylaws do not proceed to Council until the memorandum of understanding is executed by the applicant, and that the memorandum of understanding contains the following. A, the property owner agrees to pay for all tenants relocation fee associated with moving from the residential building currently on the lot and into a unit in another rental building. B, subject to the project being a rental product, the applicant shall offer current tenants the opportunity first right of refusal to return to the new building in the unit of similar size as the one vacated. And C, wonder if you could scroll down, subsidize the rent differential of an alternative rental accommodation in another building in a unit of comparable sizes and point price for a period of 1 year. Be it further resolved that the MOU applies to current tenants as of January 27, 2022, and be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 34 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. And after our applicant questions and staff questions, give you a chance to explain the context behind that if we need to. So we'll go now to questions for the applicant? Are there any committee members with questions for the applicant? Councillor Fleury, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick one to the applicant. I believe it's Joey or Miguel, just so, okay, they're on the screen, good. So Miguel, I want to clarify, the applicant was the property owner at the time when the city was consulting on the Uptown Rideau's CDP. And
Yes.
it is my understanding that the applicant did not appeal the report at the time. So can we understand a bit of the reflection? There had been a number of consultations that led to the Uptown Rideau CDP. Both community and property owners worked collaboratively. And I'm surprised we find ourselves so early with amendments to that plan, especially with the same, with owners who would have participated in the process. So I don't know if Joey or Miguel, you're best to answer that.
I can offer some early comments, and Joey, feel free to supplement. Joey and I both participated in the TAC, as did the Lower Town Community Association and ASH and other property owners. To be clear, the 25-story height and the FSI was driven by staff. Staff did an analysis of the entire reach of the corridor and assigned those densities. When Joey and I were participating in that, we didn't have a concept to validate whether the FSI was correct or not. It was a staff-driven initiative because they massed out some, but not all of the properties at 9 stories and said, here's the FSI, and then you're allowed to redistribute that FSI. There was no analysis on staff's part, and Joey and I at the time weren't in a position. He didn't have an architect. He didn't have a proposal to validate whether the FSI was actually reasonable for a 25-story building that meets the podium heights, the tower separation, and all of those things. So I don't want to say the secondary plan is wrong, but the secondary plan does not fully recognize the volume of that building at 25 stories in the form that meets all of the design policies. Further, and I don't want to get into this too much, and I'm going to speak on behalf of Joey, but the original drafts, and make sure Joey's muted, the original drafts of that plan included policies that would have recognized mid-block conditions for density transfer. Those policies never found their way into it. There was assurances that we did meet those policies in the intent and the use of a POPs and a pathway and all of those things. But in my opinion, this OPA is a belt and suspenders approach to be fully transparent that this property is eligible for that density transfer. We didn't mind doing that because we already had to do an OPA for the FSI. So I hope that clarifies. Thank you.
Yeah, I have certainly questions to staff, but from the applicant's perspective, I thank you for the.
Okay, Councilor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just a few quick questions. So I understand this is located within the Uptown Rideau secondary plan area. That previously, just recently, staff had done an exercise for the FSI, floor space index, and talked about having maximum building height based on density redistribution. Those policies outline the specific criteria to allow for greater heights, based on the lot. But the application is seeking to amend the URSP by removing the FSI limit, which was recently established. Is that accurate?
I'm generally in agreement. Just your timeline that you referenced with Mr. Barnes was not fully accurate in that there was an old CDP, not secondary plan in the 90s, maybe carrying over to the 2000s. In 2016, the city initiated the review of the CDP, and then in 2018, I think, approved the secondary plan. That document has remained unchanged in 2018. The new OP does not affect, to my knowledge, any substantial policies in that secondary plan. And yes, part of the intent today is to amend the FSI to reflect the true volume of a 25-story building and to properly address that criteria. We meet all of the other criterias in terms of lot area, transition, pops, podium height, etc. It's just that the two frontage requirement. Thank you.
Okay, and the current zoning for the lot allows for a 6-story building currently, 19-meter height. That obviously would be a lot higher under this application. So we'd be going from 6-story zoning to quadruple almost the height.
Well, yes, but the zoning reflects more or less what's on the property today, not what the secondary plan and the new OP and the current OP provide direction on. Yes.
Okay, and the current property is occupied with 5 3-story apartments.
Yes.
And all of those 3-story apartments, are those fairly affordable apartments?
Yes, I can speak on that. I think they're close to market rent. They've been, a lot of them have been, like I said, the life cycle of the buildings have come to its course now, but they've been updated in the last 4 or 5 years just to keep them, in a clean condition for now. But they're all in around that $1,500 mark.
Okay, the 6-story podium on the traditional Main Street. If this is going in, in my area on a traditional Main Street, I'd be looking for a more human scaled podium in that case, fronting the sidewalk. Can you just go into that detail a little bit more?
I would be happy to. So the Rideau Street document is actually quite sophisticated, and it doesn't treat the whole street as one street, here are your policies. It actually breaks it up into 4 sectors. So the lands on the south side of Rideau Street that 2 of the delegations spoke to are a completely different sector. They're projected to go to 4 stories. There are very specific policies for this sector, recognizing that it is already characterized by high-rise bar buildings. The policy direction is actually for a 6-story podium with a step back tower up to 25 stories. Our original application also asked to amend that, and we asked the city to consider a 9-story podium, given that that was the as of right height for that segment on the north side of Rideau Street. In dealing with the UDRP, the community, and the staff, we dropped the OPA section of the application dealing with the 9 stories and agreed to design it to 6 stories, and that you saw the progression of those drawings that went to UDRP. So the policy direction is actually for a 6-story building, and I believe for exactly that reason, to transition to the south side of Rideau Street, which is anticipated to be 4 stories. There's like that little plaza with the parking in the front. If you like, those are anticipated to go to 4 stories.
Yep. Okay. Okay. On the parking front, you've got 228 parking stalls, 4 levels of below grade parking. 4 stories of underground parking on traditional Main Street in the urban core seems like a lot. It's difficult to keep planning this way when we're trying to transform the city into more walkable 15-minute neighborhoods. So, we got to get rid of our minimum parking requirements here, of course. So there's some city work to do, but perhaps you can go into that. I mean, I'll talk about the displacement in a second, but if you can go into the car parking anticipated right in the core here, it's on a transit priority corridor next to a bus stop, about a 20-minute walk, 15-minute to an LRT station. Can you just go into more detail there?
I can. So you're right. There are bylaw obligations. There's 313 units. The total amount of parking that you're referring to 233 is for both visitor and residents. First of all, which I will say that this committee and the city in general seems very unwilling to entertain reductions in visitor parking. And I do a lot of applications with this committee. I seldom don't get a warm and fuzzy for reducing visitor parking as opposed to resident parking. So the amount of parking, and we're only 46 spaces over the required bylaw of 0.5 spaces per unit and then 0.2 spaces for visitor. So I would say by no means is this an over parking of the site. It's 46 spaces above the bylaw. And, you know, I don't think the discussion on the public participation was fulsome enough and didn't properly inventory all the consultation that we have done. But at that meeting, it was also very clear that the community was uncomfortable with potential on-street parking. You know, developers, I always say, have the impossible task of making everyone happy. They have to make staff happy, they have to make the community happy, and they have to make themselves happy. So we think this is the right balance for this site, and I wouldn't say that it's an over parking the site, considering we are meeting the bylaw, but not by an excess.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, I think probably developers have been made pretty happy in the city over several years. And in this case, I think we're talking about displacement of low to moderate income residents. And we're not getting an affordable housing commitment through this, the Section 37 agreement. And that's wrong. There should be affordable housing here. There should be anti-displacement here. I'm not sure where you're at on, you know, the points that were being made in the new official plan, but we're getting all these applications in that we're kind of straddling the official plans, and we're missing out on a lot of potential here to give back to communities, right? And that's the whole thing is the extra profit that developers can usurp from these types of amendments should be shared with the community, the surrounding community, and ensure that we're not having displacement. And so that's my primary concern here, where we're heading with this development. There's a lot of things I don't like about it. Parking is one, the location and thickness of the building in that area. The displacement is another. And I think we should be likely sending this one back to get it right. I think there's more negotiation needed in these cases where the community comes out heavy against it. You've got tenant groups coming out heavy against it. You shouldn't have these come forward in this way. There should be more negotiation before it gets to this stage. So appreciate this. I'll have other questions for staff. Thanks, Chair.
Was there a question? Would you like me to respond to some of those comments?
No, thanks, Mr. Mills.
You want me to add in, Miguel, just regarding parking? I did, contrary to what was said by Warren Waters, I did personally meet with Peter Ferguson, Norman Meyer, and Alana from Lower Town and Sandy Hill. I met them all in settings after we did our pre-consult, after some iterations. And we did actually discuss parking, and it was kind of split between the associations if they want less parking or if they want more parking. Some of these associations say they're worried about street parking, so make sure it's at least 1-to-1. Some say it's public transit. So it's really a split between both associations. But we did indulge them. We did bring them into the picture and talk about the reiterations at meetings after meeting with City. I personally met with these individuals as well. And discussing, I want to just make the note, discussing with Andrea and Victor had a comment about insurance. There is insurance in construction to make sure that these houses don't get damaged during construction. I just felt that was a comment that one of the delegates made, and I felt it should have been addressed.
Thank you. Sorry, I guess I'll just on that point. Are you co-ramming or are you blasting?
We haven't gotten there yet. This is just for zoning. We're going to look into the geotech. It is clay. We are hitting down to the rock. That's something technical, I think, for an engineer to discuss at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair. We're being asked this morning to address the zoning question. Is this an appropriate place to zone for a 25-story tower of X density and mixed use building? And I suspect that, most of the people around this table this morning probably feel that, yes, this is an appropriate place in which to locate it. But what we heard from this morning from the tenants was the elephant in the room, which is the displacement that's going to occur. I am encouraged to see the motion that Councillor Fleury is putting forward. Mr. Tavares, you said that many of these units are already very close to market rent. 1 year of subsidy does not seem to be adequate to address the disruption and the stress and the financial strain that displacement is going to have on the residents here. If the current apartments are already at or are kind of in the vicinity of market rent, surely it wouldn't be a big deal to provide, 5 years of help to those residents.
You looking for a comment on that?
Yeah, sorry, I'm not asking a direct question there. Would you commit to providing, 5 years of help to those residents who are going to be displaced here?
It's up for discussion. I do feel there's a few residents that have been there long term. I said, I'm not a developer that buys to quick flip. I've owned this property for almost 20 years now. Councillor Fleury will know I've been in his ear for about 10 years working on this site. Most of the building are students. So they're there for a year and they leave. If the worry is if I start over offering, they're just going to stay just to try to get a cash windfall. If there's some long-standing tenants, I'd definitely be more open to something what you're discussing, a longer-term subsidy. I didn't want to say exactly is it market rent. There's very different gauges of affordability in the city. I personally, we're building a building right now that goes below market rent through CMHC's financing. Is that affordable or not? That's up for discussion in the city. There's so many different levels of affordability. I think it's a good discussion to be had, but I think there should be some limitations on who would qualify. A student that comes in there for 1 year and all of a sudden there's a demo and they decide to stay an extra few months just to get some cash windfall. I don't think that's what the city's looking for. It's for the displacement of tenants that have called this home for maybe a 2-year period, at least 3. I don't know. I think that's something we should discuss, I think, in this memorandum.
Okay, I appreciate the blunt assessment of that. Unfortunately, in a zoning discussion, we don't have a lot of latitude with respect to creating rental replacement, et cetera. We're all, I think, frustrated by the loss of affordable housing in the core areas. But today, what we're being asked to vote on is whether or not this is an appropriate zoning for this location. So I'll be supporting it today, but I hope that you and Councillor Fleury and the tenants are able to better take care of some of the longtime residents who have been in that building, who are going to be very challenged to find anything near that rent in a neighborhood that is unfortunately gentrifying. All right. And sorry, if I can just throw in one comment. If the minimum requirement is 0.5 for parking, I would much prefer that you stick with 0.5. Don't over provision over the 0.5, but you've heard me say that before. I'll leave it there.
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Curry.
I just had a similar question to Councillor Leeper. I was really just wanting to ask the applicant owner what they thought of this motion that Councillor Moffat's putting on the floor for Councillor Fleury. Is it problematic in any of its wording, or you could actually do it? You're okay with it?
This was circulated. I actually support it. I think it's well written. I know, talking with Miguel, we've gone over it. I think it is a concern. There's this bridge period where people don't know and they don't want to be rushed out of their home. So offering a subsidy program for them for 1-2 years, like Councillor Leeper brought up, is fair. Offering the relocation is fair. Offering them back in the building, if it's a rental 4 years later, I definitely am open to giving them the right of first refusal coming into the building. I don't think it's fair to ask someone make a decision today on 4 years down the road. Do you want to come back in? Don't take a subsidy, but then come back in 4 years later. That's why I think it's one complete package. So I would support that memorandum that Councillor Fleury and Councillor Moffat brought forward today.
Okay, that's good to know. I'm wondering, so in terms of my understanding how this works, so we are at Planning Committee. Is this motion that's being put forward okay to have at Planning Committee? You can add stuff to a motion like this, or is this going to go to another committee? I wasn't quite sure how this is working.
Counselor, maybe we could get, once we get to staff questions, at the start, perhaps we'll get Tim Mark to comment on that procedurally, how this plays into procedure and process in terms of the approvals.
Okay, because I have a number of questions on that in terms of why is this not done on every application, and what is Councillor Fleury talking about with Councillor Egley bringing forward a motion? How does this all fit together? Because this seems to me should be standard with any kind of what we would look at as a dem eviction or whatever we call it.
Chair, if you're okay, when I wrap up on the motion, I'm glad to clarify some of those points.
Okay, super. Thank you very much.
I have one question, and it's more general for the applicants, which is around, we heard from at least one of the delegations, they were concerned about the size of the units. And we often see in applications for apartments, they're typically 1 or 2 bedroom apartments. We don't often see 3 bedroom apartments. We almost never see 4 bedroom apartments. And yet we keep hearing from the community that there is a need for larger apartments for larger families. What's the disconnect there? I mean, clearly you're building based on some kind of market demand. How come we aren't seeing more 3 and 4 bedroom apartments being built in Ottawa?
We are looking to bring in some 3 bedroom units. We have committed to having 10% of the building be of a larger household dwelling unit for this project, rather than being, your typical downtown core units where they're in that 500-600 square feet range. We are committed to having 10% a larger scale. It really goes, when we do our market studies, it's a lot harder to rent out the larger scale units than it is a smaller one. But I think there is a need, and that's why I think the corners of the building, some of the prime spots in this building will be of a larger household size.
What roadblocks, though, are there in place to getting more 3 or 4 bedroom apartments? I think that's what I'm interested in hearing from a builder's perspective.
Joey, isn't it kind of the larger the unit, the more the cost, and then the cost of the unit becomes comparable to other housing typologies that may be more ground oriented? Like it doesn't get cheaper as the size goes up, right? It's a function of square footage cost for construction and then rent. So those units start to compete against other products because of their costs, and then people make decisions based on that.
I've had this comment at the municipal and provincial level too. To get larger units, developers look for some sort of a subsidy would be to help this, because the cost to rent out a 1,500 square foot rental, and you're going to be looking at a developer that just at whatever their basic margin would be $3,500 a month. That's a tough thing for someone at the affordable level to afford. There is some good incentives with CMHC and the federal programs right now, which I'm a part of for one of my builds, which allows you then to go in 30% lower than market for that more affordable unit. And then you have the ability to do a little bit of a larger scale.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Are there any other questions for the applicant? All right, then we will move on to questions for staff. Councillor Curry, do you want to go first? Questions for staff and under the procedure piece, make sure have the right clarification for you.
Sure. I mean, and I don't necessarily have to repeat myself if they understand what I said, but I guess I want to understand why this isn't just a standard thing. If we just redid the official plan, why does this take a counselor to put a motion forward like this? And is this the committee that it comes to? Because it seems to me to be so standard and such a smart thing to do. And the other part of that is the Landlord Tenant Act has a lot to say about what a landlord can do in this situation. And I wonder as well if staff would know right now that if there's anything in this motion that makes it problematic for the Landlord Tenant Act legislation as well.
Thank you for the question.
Mr. Chair, if I'll start off.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, so there is limited legal authority for the City of Ottawa in this area under either the Planning Act or the Residential Tenancies Act. And so it is a matter of negotiation with a cooperative applicant that can lead to something that is before you. There is at this time, and planning can speak to this, there is at this time no general authority for staff to move forward with such conditions. But with a cooperative landowner as we've had in a prior case. And in this case, we can put together a memorandum of understanding, have it executed, and then have the OPA and zoning bylaw enacted. And as it is tied into a planning application, this is a proper committee for it to be considered here. Thank you.
Just on the Landlord Tenant Act, no problem with it. It works with it. Doesn't matter.
It's Residential Tenancies Act, and the city can require this, but the city can, again, with a cooperative landowner, cooperative applicant, enter into such an agreement. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, super, thanks.
I'm going to pass over the chair to Councillor Moffat for a moment. I think Councillor Fleury is up next with questions.
Thank you.
Thanks. Just Matt, before you go, just for Councillor Curry, the evolution of that really stems from the conversation that we had regarding Herringate, and Councillor Cloutier worked on understanding for that area. That conversation ended up feeding into other development applications that we saw, and at Planning Committee, even one on the fly almost. We saw one at Clyde and Baseline enter into a similar agreement on memorandum of understanding, and so it's become a bit of a known thing that we can look at that as long as we have a willing applicant. We cannot force any applicant to enter into this type of agreement. The hope is that through these other examples and the success of them being a good model, that we'll see more of them in the future as an opportunity to address some of the issues that we hear around these types of development applications. Councillor Fleury?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I'd go even further, which was when the city looked at some of the lands for the LRT and the impacts on residential corridors in Councillor Eglei's ward. We're looking at a series of tools. So there are tools under the Planning Act, but there are bylaws that we could enact. So staff will come back with a toolkit of options that we have that exist in Ontario. Even if we know they're limited, we'll have a better picture of that. So I know that Mr. Willis and Madame Forgy are looking into that and working with bylaw services.
I'm appreciating this little education session. This is very nice of you all. I really, I'm hoping other people are learning something as well, but I think this is really an important conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of questions, so I'll start with maybe the delegation components of it. Maybe to Doug or Simon. So there was a pre-consult, there was a UDRP, we hosted a public meeting, and there was a request from myself and the community associations, I guess at the end of December or mid-December, to do a follow-up meeting. And at that point, there was a committee date already in place. So maybe just to respond to some of the community concerns and my concerns relating to a follow-up consultation, could we get clarity from a staff perspective on why the report was advanced in the time it was?
Thank you. Generally, this project, like many other applications in wards within the city, followed our procedures for pre-consultation, review with the UDRP, and a meeting in excess of our statutory requirements for public consultation. There's one statutory requirement for public consultation. That's today's meeting at Planning Committee. The meeting organized and hosted by yourself is all over and above any statutory requirement and a policy that the city encourages for consultation. So those additional meetings outside of our requirements are eligible. Like I said, we've also expanded our urban design review panel meetings for members of the public to attend, and I sent out that invitation for them to sit and observe the followings of those meetings. We do have general guidelines and timelines that we try to meet to process an application. This project certainly did not meet those timelines, and that's not a bad thing because work needed to be done to refine the project as we see it. So I don't know how to best answer the question specifically. We worked on this project for over a year, and we've set a date as a target to get that report to committee and council for consideration. Thank you.
Okay. On the consultation front, I believe staff answered to me when we requested an early January meeting was that there would be opportunities if and when a site plan would be submitted for further consultation. Is that correct?
Oh, absolutely, Councillor, correct. There's, as part of the implementing holding provisions, the applicant will need to go through site plan control. So the site plan control application will again follow our public notice and consultation procedures as it will, along with a second application for the lifting of the holding provision. So there will be there'll be two applications coming on this site, and absolutely the site plan will be subject to further consultation with the UDRP and the public at large.
Okay. Again, back to the delegations and the questions relating to a nearby property owner. Maybe to Doug, you and I have worked in the past in near heritage homes and close to buildings. We have added additional criteria relating to construction risks and impacts. Is there something that we could put in restrictions and provisions to protect? There's an embassy site, there's an OCH site, there's a large rental building, the Watergate, there's some heritage properties across the street. So, and we know we're in Sandy Hill, lower town area, so we know the soil is challenging. So based on what we know and the proximity to a number of important locations, could we add some criteria?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, that's a good point. It's part of the site plan control application, and we do that. There will be conditions that would be put in there. Typically with blasting, where you do a pre-blast survey of homes within so many meters. Can't think of the number off the top of my head. It might be 75 or 150, but where things like cracks or whatever are noted, so that there's more afterwards. Something you can assign to the responsibility of the construction process. Typically, it's done with blasting, but we could also do it. I think Councillor Menard asked if there was hoe ramming or not. Both of those can have obviously some destructive results, so we could do that as well. But that is something that is done as part of the site plan for sure.
Okay, so is that a direction, like a received direction here?
Certainly, we can do it's something we would do, but certainly we will take that as a direction. We can definitely include that in the site plan as part of conditions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then my questions are really relating to the Uptown Rideau CDP. So we have an Uptown Rideau CDP. For those of you who don't know, it was recently done. I believe the date of approval was in late 2014, early 2015. I stand to be corrected on the date there, but very recent. And it's really the portions east of King Edward on Rideau. We've seen a number of very nice projects. If you've come down Rideau Street recently, you would know that Trinity's building a chapel in Rideau, very nice property, which is higher, which has similar conditions, similar height provisions than what's requested here, but meets all of the check boxes to get those additional heights, including the corner lot condition. We have a new development at Coburg and Rideau, the Chenier Group, a 9-story, and across the street, Richcraft's building the Charlotte, which is that density transfer component in a corner lot that Miguel was raising earlier. So I want to understand, as we stand today on the heels of a recent OP, if the Uptown Rideau CDP as a document and policy and all of its consultation does still hold authority with its heights and provisions that give or don't permit for additional heights. I guess that's kind of a primary question for me in my community.
Thank you. And I appreciate the comment, and it's fair. And I guess, as I had mentioned in my earlier statement in the presentation, the crux of any official plan amendment is to look at those principles and policies that the secondary plan is built upon. We do often see amendments to secondary plans on site-specific bases through various secondary plans throughout the city. And yes, this is the first amendment that what happened with the Uptown Rideau secondary plan. And I think what's key here is that, yes, it is looking for exception to those 2 performance standards to release the density triggers or the density redistribution policies. There are site-specific circumstances that would support this, but fundamental to that are the design criteria and the other principles and policies of the plan being upheld. I think you heard from myself and Mr. Tremblay that when it comes to the design criteria, what should this form look like? How tall should it be? Its floor plate size, its building setbacks, building articulation, in the context of an application that's just creating that box. The fine architectural details will come a later time, but what this application is doing, in staff's opinion, is still upholding and implementing that direction from the Uptown Rideau secondary plan that calls for this additional height, and that it is reasonable given the circumstance of this site to allow for an additional increase in FSI and relief from that provision for a second public realm. Thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, if I just want to add to, just to reiterate what was expressed before, this site does call for 25 stories. You could have a building that has this envelope, looks similar to this. The FSI portion, FSI is floor space index. If you had a slightly bigger lot, the FSI would come down, you would still have this same building. The key, or someone had said, well, what's the test? A test is through design and through things like step back, setbacks, we look at that are directing us from the official plan to look at, always considering whether or not a development is appropriate. You look at those things and through that design. And it is our opinion, and based on the staff opinion, that it satisfies those policies so that you would have this building here, satisfies those other policies relating to compatibility, even though the lot is smaller, and that's why the FSI is being asking for an increase in FSI. It's only for that reason. As I mentioned, it was a bigger lot, you would have those buildings, you would have this building on that larger lot. So it's the satisfaction of those policies within the primary plan and within the secondary plan. And I just want to say as well, when I got the opportunity, this secondary plan is going into the new official plan. And it's the same one. It's this one, it's being put in there. It hasn't been changed. It's as with most official plans that are secondary plans, putting into the new OP, just to inform council or to planning committee of that as well.
So I'll be short, Chair, but just want to come back to 2 points. So could we get a clarification, just forget this application for a second, looking at the Uptown Rideau CDP, are its policies still applicable even with the changes of the OPA? I need that clarification because my community is quite concerned that the provisions that added height and the community benefits through that, the POPs, the corner lots, there's a number of elements. Public parks are sidetracked here in some of these amendments. So is the Uptown CDP, Uptown Rideau CDP still a valid document that we can enforce through the new OP?
Yes, it is, Councillor. It's been renamed in volume 2A of the new OP. There's kind of been an amalgamation of some of the older secondary plans. So the Uptown Rideau secondary plan is absorbed into the Central and East Downtown Core secondary plan. So it has a big new name, but it's literally been a drag and drop exercise to carry forward those policies.
So if it still applies, that's reassuring because there will likely be more applications on Rideau, and there is community expectation that property owners do follow the provisions in here. Now, for this application, I'm just looking for clarity. So there's a number of elements that say, you look at the lot, you look at the area, you look at the provisions, but then when you look at the Uptown CDP, there are a number of elements. So, and to me, the one that raises most concern is the corner condition. And I recognize that the lot is landlocked by a northern boundary, which is the Watergate, an eastern boundary, which is the Romanian embassy, and a western wall, which is an OCH building. But there's no other accesses than the frontage on Rideau. So I sort of question, without a corner condition, is the height not lower as of right than the 25 stories that is proposed here?
So without the ability to trigger the density redistribution policies, then this site would defer or reflect back to the baseline conditions, which are a schedule in the OP, or excuse me, the secondary plan counselor. So that's on schedule 2A of the secondary plan, where it identifies the FSO and a baseline condition of 9 stories. So if the application wasn't approved to seek relief on those policies, then there would still be the baseline condition of a 9-story building on this site.
So I guess that's what I sort of question when we say, oh, this is an FSI OPA, there's the height is permitted. It's a little loose from my perspective. Like we have a set height, and if you meet privately owned spaces, a corner condition, there's a number of them. Simon, I don't know if you have them in front of you, then you're allowed to look at additional heights. So that would bring you to 25 stories. That's what got, for example, Trinity at Chapel to get that additional height. So I want to go back to it. So the Uptown CDP creates provisions as to when you're allowed or when we should consider additional heights. But then in this case, they don't meet that. So then you're referring to a different document. So I guess I'm questioning the integrity of the Uptown CDP under that assumption, or those considerations.
And thank you for the question. And you're right, Councillor. The secondary plan does identify some of those triggers as to what is a secondary public realm. It talks about streets, pathways, lanes, parks, and in this case, a POPs, if one was to be existing, is excluded. But I think that's like what the crux of the application is there, and what I mentioned earlier is that we're looking at a site-specific circumstance, and by no fault of the lot configuration today that we have, it's landlocked, and it doesn't abut those types of municipal infrastructure or assets that are in the region. And if any one of those had been available, then yes, that trigger would have been met, and perhaps we'd only be dealing with the FSI. So it's difficult in a secondary plan exercise to model every scenario and think of every last solution or implication for parcels. I mean, the lack of being a corner lot in this circumstance would lead someone to think, well, this site needs consolidation. But there's no policy that says lands must be consolidated to create a corner lot, which would have 2 public frontages. And I believe this applicant has made those efforts. But rather, you have a policy that says you need to be of a certain size to consider density redistribution. And as Mr. Tremblay explained, they meet all the other applicable design criteria and elements that would allow for the envisioned form to be implemented. So that's why we're here considering today those amendments.
Okay, so I won't take more time of committee, and thank you, Simon, for clear answers, Doug as well. I guess committee members, my comments in the report are still reflected, that I'm extremely concerned that we've just embarked in a recent Uptown CDP. I recognize the OP. Staff are telling us it is still a valid policy environment. There's a number of trigger points that define where the height is. In this case, it is not a corner condition. So that to me is where the nuts and bolts of this rests. I want to thank the applicant and the city for working with me on the motion, and I hope to gain your support. And yeah, I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We'll move to Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. I want to go into a few points just with regard to regard to Councillor Fleury's motion. I'll have hopefully a friendly amendment. Councillor Fleury, I've sent that off to you. I just saw the motion today, so that's in your inbox. With regard to blasting, I would just really be careful in how you go about that site plan. That this is going down 4 stories. That can really have drastic consequences to quality of life for people. I've got one going down 5 stories in my ward right now, having huge consequences for not just neighboring residents, immediate neighboring neighbors, but like 5-6 blocks away. And I'm talking, fairly substantial damage to homes in that area. And we have such little recourse when it comes to blasting that need to be really, really careful about what ability we give to developers to blast in those situations, and surrounding residents. In terms of clarity for myself, and maybe everyone else is more clear than I am, but just to staff, where does this fall with the old official plan versus the new official plan? And where, like, applications that are coming in now, some of them have been made prior to the new official plan being adopted. And I understand, I guess that's the old official plan, those would be. But can you just explain to me really clearly what we're dealing with as a planning committee, where we stand with the old official plan versus the new official plan, where this application stands?
Thank you. So the application was submitted under the policies of the old official plan, and that was the primary tools that we used to evaluate that application. Just on your earlier point, Counselor, the policies of the secondary plan are absorbed into the new OP, so we know that. The evaluation of this application, though, is under the primary plan that is in place today, and not the one that is before the province for approval. But having said that, we still have looked at some of the future direction for the new OP in this segment. As I noted in my presentation, the terminology is fundamentally changing between the new and the old OP. This is now in a transect on a Main Street corridor. We don't use the word traditional Main Street anymore, but those policy objectives were still looked at in the new OP and implemented as was where we could, specifically with the mention of large household dwelling units. That's direction in the new OP to talk about providing those. And in the absence of specific city bylaws, we work with the applicant to come to a solution on that provision.
Okay, and so just for clarity's sake, if a new application is made today, that application, is it under the new OP even though the minister hasn't yet approved it, or is that still the old OP because we haven't had ministerial approval?
That might, Mr. Chair, that might be a question for Tim, but if something comes in today, we're looking at it under both. Most of our official plan amendments, Mr. Chair, are secondary plan amendments, and those are being carried over. So, and we look at those, and in our opinion, obviously, it satisfies that. Something came in today, go out in circulation, and although we look at both, depending on when it gets to council, we'd have to look at be approved under the old OP or approved under the new OP, depending on when it gets to council. It's all sort of the timing. Certainly if something came in today and it's January and wouldn't get to council till say June, and the new OP is in place, then certainly we'd have to look at how it fit under the new OP. Now, secondary plans, it's the same, so we'd be amending the secondary plan, and then perhaps asking council as well if they would consider amending the new OP because of the 2-year moratorium, and then making a recommendation on this. So maybe we're a little bit lucky because it's a secondary plan. We wouldn't be amending anything in the primary plan.
It would help me, because that's pretty clear, but it would help me just to have something written down. So in this interim period for the next several months, just where we're at, just in like a maybe short couple of paragraphs, just to be really clear on my side anyway. I see Don has his hand up there.
Yes, Councillor, as part of the official plan approval, there was it was document 6 to the report that spoke to how applications would be processed. So I'd be happy to forward that to your office. It does explain the situation you're describing.
Okay, thanks. I think I remember going through that, but not having it on hand is not great. So yeah, thank you so much. I can look at that again. With regard to this application, the key thing for me here that I'm concerned about is the displacement. So we're losing relatively affordable housing for units that are likely going to be much more expensive. And so it kind of gives some credence to the fact that, even though you're getting more units, they're not as affordable as what we're losing. And that continues to be a concern for me. And why the official plan version to me is so important is because the new official plan has a lot more policies that can help deal with this sort of thing. We've got definitions now for affordable housing and deeply affordable housing. And we've got our cues to get anti-displacement policies in place, as well as other policies in place. So I really would love to, to see that brought forward as part of the new official plan, because there's concerns here with regard to that displacement that's happening. I've got a friendly amendment, I'm hoping, to Councillor Fleury's motion that I'll bring in a moment. In the meantime, just 1 second here. In the meantime, I did want to ask about the Section 37 agreement. And I'm wondering why in that agreement, there's no provision for affordable housing. We have the ability to do it. There are other provisions and monetary contributions in there, but there wasn't affordable housing included in the Section 37 agreement. So just a question to staff or others why that is.
Thank you. Staff work with the ward councillor in preparing the Section 37 agreement, specifically the direction of those funds. So we work and take the direction from the ward councillor as to where those funds should be directed. And if that is something that was desirable or chosen to be so, then so be it. Staff have no particular input or preference in how they're allocated. So we take that direction from the ward councillor.
Okay, thanks for that. I obviously be helpful to have that in there. I will just on the motion itself, the friendly amendment that I'm hoping can be accepted, and then I have a question about the second clause, is in the last clause where it says subsidize the rent differential of an alternative rental accommodation in another building in a unit of a comparable size and price point for a period of 1 year. And what I'm proposing is to change that to a period equal to the length of time the tenant has resided in their current accommodation on site. So it speaks to the topic that was brought up by the developers to say, look, if somebody has been on site for 5 years, a long term, then that would be reflected. If it's just been a year, then it's reflected. If it's been a few months, it's reflected. So I'll work with the councillor on that and come back.
Thank you very much, Councillor Menard. Councillor Gower, you have the con.
Thank you, number one. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Captain. So I want to come back to the point that Councillor Menard raised, because it is bringing up some frustration in the community with respect to the official plan and how we're evaluating proposals that are on our desk right now. The new official plan has not been adopted by the province. It is not currently in effect. There are, and Mr. Miguel is with FOTEN, they're frequently bringing up at our development open houses, this is the direction in which council is going. We have a new official plan. Here is the policy direction in which we're going. And I wonder, could I ask Mr. Mark, the lens through which I always want to look at these things is what would the tribunal say? So is the fact that we have passed a policy direction to guide the creation of our new official plan, is that a lens to which the tribunal would give deference or give consideration in a hypothetical challenge to a proposal?
Mr. Chair, if I may, with respect, continue the Star Trek analogy. We are boldly going where no one has been before, and to be serious as I ought to be. So what is different this time than in any official plan that I've been involved in, which would go back to 1988, and it goes back before then, is that it is like an on-off switch this time. This time, on one day, we will have our current official plan in force today, and on the next day, we will have a completely new official plan. In former times, either through referrals prior to 1995 or appeals from 1995 to date, by having something referred or having something appealed, you kept an objector, be it a community group or a developer or just a resident, could keep the old policies in place until the tribunal had determined what the new policies would say. And so it was possible to continue the old policies, and therefore one had to always consider them if they're under referral or appeal, even though a new official plan had been adopted. That doesn't happen this time. This time, for instance, if there are any amendments under appeal at the time the minister approves the new official plan, they will be repealed. The bylaw that was drafted will repeal all the existing official plans under appeal. And it was necessary to do that in order that we get the benefit of the 10-year period for reviewing the official plan as opposed to the 5 years. So the position that I currently intend to advance on the part of the city with respect to official plan amendments, first of all, council has the absolute right to say we're not going to consider it for a 2-year period of time. But with respect to those that do come under consideration, even if they were applied for before the new official plan, I will be advancing the position to the tribunal, should something be appealed, that we should be looking to the policies of the current official plan, that it is different than what used to be the situation. And so if any members of the committee are familiar with the clergy principle came out of a clergy properties case in Toronto. And it stands for the proposition that an application is judged by the policies in place at the time the application was made. I would be advancing to the tribunal. There's a different world now. And that now that we have a completely new official plan, that is what we should look to. Will I be successful? I hope so. But there isn't any case law that I'm aware of it at this time that provides strong guidance one way or the other. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so thank you. That's helpful. And if I may just reiterate that then, to make sure that I've understood it. The city's position, Mr. Mark's position, will be that any appeals, if council were to reject this on the basis of a current official plan policy that may be intended to change in our next official plan, Mr. Mark will be suggesting to the tribunal that the next official plan is the more relevant document.
And if I can issue a clarification, I don't think they could get to the tribunal without council permission, because with the old official plan being repealed, an application to amend the old official plan is gone, and you can't amend the new official plan for a 2-year period without council permission. So it really is a different world, particularly for 2 years after the new official plan comes into force.
Okay, no, that's very helpful. I mean, I still have a flood of applications coming on large developments in Kitchissippi, and residents are frustrated at being told that it's the next official plan that's going to be the likely guidance on that one. But tough news, but I'm happy to pass it along. I will leave it there. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple questions. Simon, you kept using the term POPs. For people tuning in who might not know what POPs is, can you define that acronym for us, please?
It's a publicly accessible open space, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
So it looks like it is public space. One is the members of the general public are welcome to it. It's just privately owned.
So a lot of this discussion is coming down to FSI, which is not something we talk about too much at this committee. This 5.0 FSI, or actually any FSI in this plan, where does that come from? Like, is that just generally accepted planning formulas that have determined that? Does it come from provincial policy? Like, where do you come up with a 5.0 as being appropriate for this from a policy perspective?
Part of that I can answer, other I can't. the idea of a FSI as an implementing tool in zoning is one that has been used in this city and other cities, and has come and go in popularity. So it's a mathematical exercise to start to regulate the amount of development, the density of development on a site. And in other files I've worked on and in other municipalities, and including this one, we've moved away from FSI and other specific zones and favored using setbacks and step backs and angular planes and other tools to regulate the form of development. So as a planning tool, it's been long established and comes and goes in popularity. But in this case, to the second part of your question, it was through the exercise, and I think Mr. Tremblay took us through this, that it was the long-range planning staff who worked on the secondary plan, where they did an analysis where they thought what an appropriate FSI would be for the lots. And I'm not privy, and I don't have that exact analysis with me, but it was that modeling or idea and implementing vision of what they thought would be appropriate for these particular sites, and the schedule I took you through that showed sites that were ranging from 6 to 5 to 3.5 as an FSI.
So the applicant asserted that a higher FSI wouldn't negatively impact the capacity of infrastructure. So, it's not, the FSI isn't there, for example, because there's a limitation on sewer services or because there'd be too much traffic. Is that accurate?
I would agree with that. And I think there's also other specific design tools in the secondary plan, such as a maximum or a general maximum floor plate size of 750. This project in its evolution was at a floor plate size that was over 800. Through comments from staff and public and UDRP, the floor plate size was reduced. It's now in the 790 range. And to the average person, and even my eye, I would have a hard time looking at a particular building and telling you instantly that that's a floor plate of 790 versus 750. I think what staff and the design team on the applicant's end is looked at those other built form criteria that are in the secondary plan to help shape the project, and it is successful. And I would also add that the secondary plan does have specific language, and it's addressed in my report, that says if you cannot meet the floor plate of 750, which is where you should try to be aiming, there's things that you need to address to justify that slightly larger floor plate, and that's addressed in my report. Thank you.
One way I've been thinking about FSI here is if we were to take their building design now and hold them strictly to 5.0, I guess they could lop off some of the stories at the top of the building, and you might end up with, I haven't done the math, but maybe it'd be 19 stories or 21 stories. But I'm not sure fundamentally that makes a difference to the design or the impact on the community. You'd still have the same podium, you'd still have the same setbacks and so on. So it's FSI is a tough thing to think about from an impact perspective. I want to get to the motion and Councillor Menard's proposal for a friendly amendment. Before we get there, this is a kind of new territory for our committee in this term. I think usually when we're talking about zoning bylaw amendments and official plan amendments, we're focused on height and setbacks and very technical planning notions. And more, we are starting to look at what we've talked about here today, affordable housing, tenant protections, and so on. I think these are very much part of the planning conversation. The challenge is, in a way, we're flying blind here as a committee for what standard to use when we're evaluating. We do not have a city bylaw or a city policy that tells us what specifically we should be doing about tenant displacement, for example. We have yet to pass an inclusionary zoning bylaw. These things are coming, but in the meantime, we're trying to figure out what's right without any kind of framework around that. And I am appreciative of this developer who's come forward voluntarily with some protections for the tenants. They may or may not go far enough. I'm appreciative of Councillor Fleury and for staff for working on that over the past few days to get it where it is today. But I did wanted to mention this is voluntary and appreciated. And I hope that other applicants who appear before committee will have the same constructive approach to helping us address these issues that are important to the community. Yes, we have a need to, our city is building, our city is changing quickly. We need to add more housing, apartments, and homes, but there's also a human impact to that. And this is an area where I think all of us are trying to find the right balance, and we're not there yet, but as we make these decisions like the one we're about to make today, we get closer and closer. That's my soapbox. Are there any other questions for staff before we move on to the motion? Okay, Councillor Menard, you had a friendly amendment. Do you have that written out, or can we have a look at what you're proposing?
Yes, I sent it to staff, Chair. There it is on the screen. So there's 3 clauses that were under this. This is the 3rd clause that would change. It changes equal length of time from 1 year to equal length of time the tenant has resided in their current accommodation on site. It recognizes longer term tenants that have lived here at a specific rent for a while, as the discussion went into previously. The second question I had for staff was on the 2nd line. Maybe we can bring up the flurry motion if that's okay, just to staff. I just want to clarify something. So item B, it says, subject to the project being a rental product, the applicant shall offer current tenants the opportunity, first right of refusal, to return to the new building in a unit of similar size as the one they vacated. My understanding is this would be at the same rent. Is that accurate? Can we just confirm that's the case? Same rent or very proximate?
Mr. Chair, I believe that for this one, for B, the way it's written now, it would be at the rent of whatever is established with the new building, not at what they have right now.
Okay, so I'd suggest this committee add a similar size apartment and rent. That is what anti-displacement is. So I would suggest we add and rent to that clause. Well, I've sent that to staff and Councillor Fleury as well. So maybe if you want, Chair, your indulgence, if you want to vote on the first on the first amendment that I had suggested.
Well, what I'd actually like to do is bring in Mr. Theberge back into the committee and just get his comment on that. This is something that'd be easier to do if we were in a physical meeting room and having everybody's in the same room, but I think it'd be fair to give Joey a chance to offer any comments he has on that proposal.
He's coming online, Chair.
Thank you, Eric. Hi, Joey.
Hi, guys. Thank you. Yeah, so just commenting, I guess you're looking for a comment on the updated amendment that Councillor brought forward. It would be difficult to do that in the first place. There's some tenants that live there that there's no lease. They're month to month. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to even quantify when they started. I think that's going to be quite the exercise to find out where everybody started in. Thinking about this, I understand the purpose of this motion and Councillor Fleury's, interest in this. It's really bridging people and not forcing them out where they're kind of left lost. What I think would be good is to propose, if it's possible to do this, I think we're kind of making, we're treading new water here because it's not something that all developers are doing. It's something new. We're trying to work together. It's proposed maybe just a time frame, have 2 different, I want this to be all encompassing. It's one package for everybody. So here you go. You can have, we're going to subsidize your rent for X amount of years. If you want to come back in, you can after 4 years of moving somewhere else, but it would be at the market rent at whatever the building is, because you're taking advantage of the subsidy, not choosing one or the other and paying expenses. But I propose something, if this is a long-standing tenant, like I said, it is a lot of students in there. They're there for 1 year and then they're gone. We're not trying to have people taking advantage of the situation either. But if I have a tenant that was there over 3 years, over 5 years, they would get a 3-year subsidy from me. If they were there under that 3 or 5 year time frame, then it'd be a 1-year subsidy to kind of get people for what they've been there. If I have someone there that's been 7 years, I understand that, and they want to be a greater subsidy should be there for them. I think we're entering this. I don't know if we're doing this as a holding provision or a memorandum. If it's a memorandum, I think we can, maybe Tim could comment. I think we can write this how we want to do it, how we think the best, the individual tenants are. So that would be my proposal back is, if we want to go up to 5 years, if they've been there for 5 years or more, if I don't have proof, we'll just assume it's 5 years then, because then it's probably been longer. Then we do a 3-year subsidy for these tenants. If they've been only 1, 2, or under that 5-year period, then it's a 1-year subsidy. I think that kind of bridges between both options. I don't know if council can comment on that. Is that something we can put in a memorandum? I don't see why not. And again, the relocation fees will be regardless of what it is, their tenure, they'll be paid their relocation. Again, I don't know if we can put a word of reasonable in here. If you're moving a 1-bedroom or a studio place, I don't think it costs $10,000 in moving expenses. It's whatever those reasonable expenses are. I think those would be my comments on the motion, but I'm open to writing this in and trying to show a little bit further. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so a lot of the fine points I think are meant to be worked out in the MOU. We're trying to capture in the motion the broad strokes of what the developer has agreed to or is willing to do. Councillor Fleury, do you have any comments on this?
Yeah, could I suggest there's been a lot of discussion between city applicant and myself that led to this motion. I appreciate the delegations and my colleagues' clarification based on those submission. Could we maybe just give directions to staff as part of the draft? Because I hear some openness from the applicant to look at it, but I think if we pass something today, we also bind the MOU environment, which it's a bit on the fly here to Joey gave examples of where he's willing to go. I think we need to give that space for negotiation. So if Councillor, if we get the 2 points that you're raising, we heard Joey's willingness, could we maybe take it away as part of our negotiations on the MOU with that in mind, and glad to consult with you and share the outcome.
I think those discussions are fine. The way the motion's worded now would also bind us, right? And that's what I'm concerned about. So we need to word it in a way that is sufficiently open to allow for that longer term subsidy. And I just want clarity from staff, because I believe on point number 2, it's if they're moving back into the building, I think they have to be given their original rent. So I just would like clarity on that. But I agree with the negotiation aspect of it. And to be fair, we're all seeing the motion today, right? So only had today to look at it. So I think we're on the right track for the flexibility we're looking for here. It's just the way the motion is currently worded also wouldn't allow us to have that flexibility. So maybe staff have a suggestion.
Well, Doug, I'll let you go ahead. I have an idea, but I want to hear what you have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps as to alleviate the concerns raised today, this is something that could be done between now and council when this goes to finalize the. If it's passed today, certainly make some changes between now and council. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Doug. That I was on the same wavelength, so appreciate that. What we have in front of us today at a motion is a start. Certainly between now and council, it can be refined and improved rather. But if we go with the starting point, it gives time to make sure we're getting it right. It is something that's been put together in a relatively short period of time. So spending between now and the council in February might give us a chance to improve on it even further. So on that, Councillor Fleury, did you want to wrap up on any of this before we move on to voting?
Sure, I want to just jump in. There was a point in relations to Section 37, and I would caution colleagues on when we work with community, we understand what community priorities are, and in this case for Sandy Hill and Lower Town, active transportation and park improvement are top of mind. As you know, I'm quite knowledgeable on how we fund public housing, and taking a small portion of Section 37 and put in a reserve account here would not build a 1-unit. So when there is opportunity to build more affordable housing through Section 37 on site, I'm certainly favorable to it. I think Simon can highlight that as part of the application, there's a number of points that did bring down the Section 37 drawdown, which are the larger unit, and there is a percentage of affordable units here that were negotiated between staff and the applicant. I just want to caution committee, you have to leave me as a local councillor, or you when you're a local councillor, a little more flexibility on how we negotiate Section 37, because I heard clearly from my community some concerns around we do have active transportation challenges on Cummings Bridge. We do have a heritage park at McDonald Garden. We do have some concerns relating to lighting and public art. So my Section 37 buckets and priorities are reflecting those conversations with my community.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Okay, let's deal with the motion first. So the motion, well, Councillor Fleury introduced it through Councillor Moffat. Is the motion carried?
Can you just put that on the screen? There's been a lot of motions going back and forth, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so on the motion?
Carried.
Carried.
Right, carried. And then the planning report as amended.
Carried.
I'll dissent, Chair, based on the motion coming back to council. So if I see that updated, then probably be able to change my vote on it, but I'll just dissent as it is. Thanks.
Okay, so carried with 1 dissent from Councillor Menard. Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll move on to our next and final item, which is number 4 in the agenda, zoning bylaw amendment for 385 Sussex Drive in Rideau Vanier as well. We'll begin with the staff presentation from Allison Hamlin and then a presentation from the applicant.
Mr. Chair, I've been on all morning. I apologize, it's the agenda. Could I ask for a 5-minute recess? I have to, if I miss the staff presentation, I start off the wrong track here. I just need a bit of a loo break.
For sure. 5 minutes. We'll come back at about 12:05, 12:06. Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. Appreciate the big.
That's a good idea. Come back refreshed, attentive, and ready to plan. I'll just wait till I see a quorum of faces on screen.
While we're waiting, you'd be interested to know that on this day in 1941, America was warned of an attack on Pearl Harbor by the Peruvian ambassador. Of course, it didn't happen until December, but they were warned. They should have prepared better.
Thank you, Scott. All right, let's continue. So I actually should have done this at the start rather than jumping right into our staff presentation. There is a motion on this item, so let's get that on the table right at the start. This is a motion from Councillor Fleury, introduced by Councillor Moffat.
I don't know if we can see it on the screen, Mr. Chair.
It's on its way.
So just for the members of the public that are looking at this and colleagues, my preference is for you to reject the temporary extension first and foremost. If you do not, then I believe this motion is important and applicable. So, Mr. Chair, I will look to you in terms of at what point should it be voted on. But I think ultimately I'd rather have a vote on the staff recommendation prior to this motion, but I'll leave it in your capable hands. Would you still like me to read it at this point?
Well, why don't you read in the be it resolved? We'll vote it on it at the end. But if you can bring us the be it resolved, then we'll make sure it gets circulated to the committee if it hasn't already been shared.
If you're okay, I'd love to read it all once, and then just so that everyone captures the whereases do have some pertinent context.
All right.
I won't add context if that matters. So whereas this report recommends another extension for a temporary parking lot for a maximum of 3 years behind the Notre Dame Cathedral Basilica located at 385 Sussex Drive. Whereas in 2003, the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Ottawa requested and was granted permission by City Council to demolish 2 heritage buildings on site to replace them with a commercial parking lot as an interim use to raise funds to redevelop the site. Whereas this commercial parking lot has been the subject of temporary zoning permissions 4 times in the past, in 2005, 2008, 2011, and 2015. Whereas the community, the city, and City Council remains extremely disappointed and frustrated with the inaction of redevelopment of this temporary parking lot, as the original promise to redevelop was not upheld. Council's patience on waiting for the Archdiocese to present an appropriate redevelopment plan has won, and this extension for temporary parking must be the final one. Therefore, be it resolved that City, Eric, could you scroll down, please? Therefore, it be resolved that the city assists and or provides guidance to the Archdiocese in its redevelopment planning efforts to reflect the importance of the Parliament and Confederation Boulevard Special District to which this site is located and to align with the goals of the Byward Market Public Realm. And be it further resolved that the redevelopment planning include the engagement of a city-led public advisory group comprised of stakeholders such as the Lower Town Community Association, the local BIA, and local councillor, and other helpful stakeholders as may be identified during the process to help advise the diocese on redevelopment designs and land uses that could achieve broad community support.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So let's move on to staff presentation with Allison Hamlin. Hi, Allison.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Allison Hamlin. I'm the author of the staff report for this application that's recommending approval of the continued use of a commercial parking lot at the Notre Dame Basilica Cathedral for an additional 3 years. The The owner is the Roman Catholic Episcopal Corporation, but I'll refer to the owner as the Archdiocese. FOTEN Planning and Design is their applicant. They submitted this application after their previous approval expired in May of 2018. Next slide, please. The site is located in the Byward Market, and it's bounded by Sussex Avenue. It's behind the place of worship, and it's also bounded by St. Patrick Street to the south, Perron Avenue to the east, and Gig Avenue to the north. Next slide, please. At the rear of the place of worship, there's a parking lot containing 142 spaces. The southeast portion of the parking lot contains 85 permanent public parking spaces, which were approved in 2000. The northeast portion of the parking lot contains 57 spaces that are the subject of this application to allow temporary public parking spaces. This permission was granted by the OMB in 2004 after council approved the demolition of 2 heritage buildings. The 3-year temporary zoning approvals were granted again in 2008, 2011, and 2015. The Ontario Municipal Board also approved a site plan application, which does not have an expiry date. Next slide, please. So the request today is to extend the permission for the public parking on the property for the 57 spaces to allow the Archdiocese to continue to collect parking revenues. And to be clear, if this approval is not granted, the zoning will permit those 57 spaces only to be used as accessory parking for the Basilica, for staff or for visitors, rather than as public parking for those who wish to park there and then go off-site. Through the review of this application, staff heard from 10 members of the community, and it's acknowledged that there's a strong desire for redevelopment to occur here. Staff have met with Archdiocese representatives in the past and are willing to continue to work with them should they decide to initiate a redevelopment plan. So I'll go through the planning policy for the area. The site is located in the central area of the existing official plan, and this plan directs the city to facilitate the provision of short-term parking to assist with retail, commercial, and tourism industries, while limiting, making that parking encouraging to commuters. The policies discourage temporary surface parking on vacant sites and require that all new permanent parking be located within a parking structure or below grade. The mobility policies of the new official plan direct the city to manage the supply of parking to minimize and to gradually reduce the total land area in the city that's dedicated to surface parking. In the new official plan, the subject property is within the downtown core transect and is along a Main Street corridor. The new OP says that motor vehicle parking in the downtown core should not be required for new development other than visitor parking for large-scale residential development, and that new surface parking lots and expansions to existing surface parking lots shall be prohibited. Staff is of the opinion that this is not a new surface parking lot or an expansion. The property is also located in the Parliament and Confederation Boulevard Special District. These special districts are important internationally, nationally, and to the wider local area. And they serve to define the image of the city through heritage, architecture, public realm, as tourist attractions, or as major economic generators. So in conclusion, oh, sorry, I should add, the site is also designated the canal character area of the central area secondary plan, but there are no specific policies within the secondary plan about parking or parking lots. So in conclusion, staff find that this zoning bylaw amendment is permitted by both official plans, that the 57 parking spaces are functional, and that there is an approved site plan in place. So staff are recommending approval of this temporary zoning request. Staff have also requested that the applicant provide updated stormwater management information prior to the introduction of the bylaw for adoption. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Allison. We'll come back to you in a little bit. We have a presentation now from the applicant. I believe it's Brian Casagrande from FOTEN who is presenting.
Good
Hey,
afternoon,
Brian.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Can everybody hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
That's great. Okay. My presentation will be fairly brief as I think Allison's done a great job in covering the relevant planning considerations, but Bernie McDonald, who is the CAO of the Archdiocese, will likely speak or would like to speak after I'm done. Just briefly, I've put together a slideshow here, moving to slide 2, if you would. So this slide gives all of us an appreciation for what we're dealing with today. The dark orange portion of the property is where effectively the subject application. So that's the area that the temporary parking requirement is sought, and the balance of the lands have that status as permanent. Next slide, please. This is just some of the application history. I don't think I'll go into that other than to simply say that this was established through the Ontario Municipal Board, and the Archdiocese has granted 3-year extensions in 2008, 2011, and most recently in 2015. Next slide, please. And what's relevant on this slide, just to sort of stress one element that Allison, I think, touched on, is that this is the most applicable policy that we've found in the policy framework. And if you look at B, I think what's most relevant is that although the policies are discouraging the provision of temporary surface parking lots on vacant sites, they're looking towards new surface parking in this policy. It goes on to stipulate that if such parking is established, there are certain key things that should be in place. And from our observation, all of these elements were originally established by the Archdiocese in their approved site plan, and they've made agreements to make sure that that's maintained. I know there was one neighbor across the street that was interested in them replacing some vegetation, so they've agreed to do that. Next slide, please. There really aren't many policies related to new temporary parking in the new official plan. So I'll move past that to the next slide. Next slide, this is just Planning Act matters. And this is a last thing I want to close with. This is a snapshot out of the Ontario Municipal Board decision where the Archdiocese lawyer at the time is quoted. And I think there's some important wording in here. The first is that there was no promise by the Archdiocese. If you move down, I think it's the third sentence in this, he stresses it as a long-term plan. And then if you move down a couple of sentences later, he uses that word again. So it wasn't a promise, it was a plan. I know there's some nuance to the difference between the two, but I think wording is important. And then the other thing that he stresses at the end of this is that they did not expect that this was going to be a one-time 3-year extension, that they would need to seek one or more extensions of that term. And unfortunately, they find themselves in their 4th request for that right now. So I'll turn it over to Bernie at this point so that we don't use up all of our time. I guess, Mr. Chair, I'll ask if we've got Bernie online. I can't tell from all the, I do see Ivo Valentic though, so I'm not sure if Ivo's in a position to speak if Bernie can't.
I think we just brought Bernie into the
great.
room here. We're just
If,
waiting.
Sorry.
Oh,
Sorry, I didn't see the little pop-up there. So Mr. Chair and committee members, thank you very much. We certainly understand the frustrations relative to the past. But that said, I doubt that any members here present would agree to the establishment of a committee of well-meaning neighbors to redevelop their own house. And in that regard, we're no different. The standard planning process is supported by the Planning Act in the City of Ottawa, dictates quite adequately how involvement from all stakeholders in the planning and approval process for future development should happen. So while our door is always open to hear concrete proposals from the city, from anybody in the community, the bottom line for us is we're requesting this extension because we do not have the capacity at this point in time to deal with the development. We hope to get to it. We recognize that it's important developmental lands. It's as important to us as it is to the city. And as to the frustrations of the past, other than being sympathetic to them, I can't deal with them. They are, in fact, in the past. So we would not be agreeable to the establishment of a committee, but we are certainly open to any conversations that people wish to have with us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Brian, is there anything more? Is that the end of the presentation?
It's the end of my presentation, but obviously I'd be happy to answer any of the questions that panel members, committee members may have.
Okay, we have one member of the public who's registered to speak, so we'll go to Warren Waters again from the Lowertown Community Association. Warren, are you still with us?
No, you can't hear me. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Hi, Warren.
Okay. Hi. So you saw, I'm also representing the Lowertown Community Association on this file as well. The residents have the right to expect that the city will manage its planning process in a way that's transparent and efficient and trusted. But instead, you have the difficult job with this application of resolving several logical fallacies. The temporary surface parking is now being told, you're now being told that this temporary surface parking lot should be considered the existing use and therefore exempt from the prohibition against surface parking, which was the very reason for making the rezoning temporary in the first place. And that despite the rezoning being originally made with the agreement, parking would be replaced with appropriate buildings, nevertheless, there was no past agreement, or if there was, it was no longer valid because the applicant lacks the capacity to plan for the site. So the reason for the temporary rezoning is now being said to no longer apply because the rezoning was made in the first place, and past plans aren't commitments since they were never delivered. 20 years ago, in 2003, the Archdiocese asked permission to demolish 2 heritage buildings at Perron and Guigues and build a surface parking lot. It stated their plan was to someday build a compatible structure on the site. At the May 6th, 2003 meeting, the Local Architectural Conservation Advisory Committee, that committee voted against demolishing, refusing the city staff recommendation to allow the demolition. Normally, in accordance with city bylaws, the demolition should not proceed until council had first approved plans for replacement structure. Staff still recommended approval of the demolition, but your predecessor committee, the Planning and Development Committee, further imposed that the implementing bylaws to enact the rezoning and the approval of the demolition should not be placed before City Council until an approved site plan. After the application was then appealed to the OMB by the Archdiocese, the compromise was struck. The city was to allow the demolition, but only granted temporary permission for parking on the site. And for its part, the Archdiocese undertook to come forward with the development plan within the time frame of about 8 to 10 years. The last temporary rezoning lapsed in 2018, Well before the pandemic, the Archdiocese has operated an illegal parking lot for more than 3 years. And now the city is going to reward this illegal use with yet another extension. Common sense dictates that temporary means short term. Permitting 20 years of a temporary rezoning, it runs counter to common sense and could argue goes against the intent of the Planning Act, which is to provide planning processes that are fair by making them open, accessible, timely, and efficient. There was an agreement between the city and the Archdiocese, confirmed at the OMB hearing, that it wasn't fulfilled. The city has the power to enter into agreements. So what agreement is being made today? Is the granting of a 3-year temporary surface parking zone on condition that the development plan is to be submitted to the city within 3 years, with a clear understanding that temporary zoning will no longer be renewed? If not, why not? Thank you.
Okay, I see a number of hands up from committee members. So do you have questions for Warren? No.
No, for staff or the proponent.
Okay, I'm seeing no questions for you, Warren. So thank you for your presence. Oh, wait.
Right, I do. Question
Sure,
for Warren. Yeah, so from the beginning, from Allison Hamlin, we heard that the application in front of us is whether to grant the extension or not for the use for paid private parking on the, or paid public parking, sorry, on the lot. And that if we didn't grant the extension, it would simply just revert to a use of a parking lot that's not for public use and just for private use. Now, I get your contention is that that use is illegal. So would you, I'm just trying to think here, would your preference be that we refuse the extension and then entered into a zoning bylaw charge against the church and then try to get that generally goes to court? So essentially to take the church to court to try to enact the zoning bylaw to ensure that we remediate that issue?
My preference, personally, that doesn't make sense. Going to court should not be necessary. If there was an agreement that couldn't be enforced in 2004, then we need an agreement now that can be enforced. That's what I think is needed, not taking somebody to court.
No, it's not that we, unfortunately, sometimes you have to. I mean, that's zoning bylaw infractions when the applicant doesn't adhere to the zoning bylaw infraction and address the issue, then it ends up in court. It's just unfortunately a natural progression. It's a lengthy process. I've been in it with a property on Fluon Road for over 5 years through court battles. It's frustrating, but so I think the intent of the motion, and I recognize fully that Councillor Fleury would prefer a refusal of the application, but the motion that is in front of us is to try to get the city and the applicant working together to come forward with something in the future so that we don't have to keep on coming back to the well on the extension, that we would get an agreement in place on future development. Would you support that?
But you've just heard the Archdiocese saying that they're not going to be willing to work with neighbors. So I don't think that you're going to get a willing applicant.
Okay, either way, that goes to my earlier point of charging them on the zoning bylaw infraction. But
what you need is an enforceable agreement. If your past agreement wasn't enforced, figure out why and get something that is enforceable.
Yeah, so to my point, the way to enforce the zoning bylaw is to go to court. That's my point. Thanks.
Okay, are there any other questions for Warren? Okay, thank you, Warren. We'll move now to questions for staff. Councillor Fleury, you had your hand up and then down. Did you want to go first?
No, my question is to applicant. I think we would benefit from questions to applicant first, as we did with the last item, if you don't mind.
Pardon me, I misspoke. I meant to say questions for the applicant. Questions for the applicant. You can lead us off, Councillor Fleury.
Thank you for this, Chair. I wonder, I'm not seeing the applicant on the screen, so I'll wait. Okay, good to see you, Brian. So want to understand, Brian, you have been hired by the applicant for a number of years now to work with the city and myself and the community in advancing alternatives or redevelopment solutions for this site. There's the pandemic, which we all understand the consequences of and impacts of, but there's also been a change in leadership. And I want to understand, when we convened now years ago for redevelopment purposes, what was the mandate that was given to you by the applicant? And the second piece, which I think as a standalone is not fair, but as a complete picture might be fair, what are you being asked today? Because I think there's been a change in mandate. When there was Monseigneur Pendergast, when there were different leadership and engagement, it seemed clearer. Now it seems, with my latest discussions with the applicant, like we're back to square one, which is extremely frustrating and disappointed to me and the community.
Yes, I'm happy to share, I guess the conditions of our engagement then and now. So you're correct. You're referring back, I think it's going back about 2 to 3 years, probably 3 because it was pre-pandemic. FOTEN was happily engaged for the first time to assist the diocese on this property and a few others that they were looking at for different reasons. And so this site was one that they were very clear to me in our first meetings that they felt like this had been a long-standing site, that they had made some commitments, if you will, certainly made some indications through the OMB that they had to plan and eventually come forward with something. So they were interested in advancing that. And so they retained ourselves, they retained Barry Podolsky, and I'm not sure, there might have been some others. And we started preparing some concepts just to see what kind of development would make sense, purely from a massing perspective. They weren't certain yet what type of use made sense. Back previously, they had envisioned that the Archdiocese offices might be well suited here. So that was kind of in the back of the mind, if you will. And we met with yourself, we met with planning staff, and I believe we even had a formal pre-application consultation meeting. So it felt like it was an exciting file to be moving forward. And I know the Archdiocese was excited about it as well. Then COVID hit, and the diocese actually went through a number of other things that they were dealing with pre-COVID. The Archdiocese has a new Archbishop in place. They've amalgamated with the Archdiocese of the Cornwall area, Alexandria, Cornwall. And they had some serious challenges with their own offices relative to some concerns over asbestos in the plenum. And I'm sure there were other things, but all of those things started to come together really quickly, all at the same time. And we were basically told, we can't advance this anymore at the moment. We're being asked to focus our energies on these other things. They had also serious staff turnover happen. And so basically it kind of went dark for a while. Then my main contact at the Archdiocese was no longer in his role at the Archdiocese. And Mr. McDonald agreed to come in and help them on a temporary basis, pro bono, and he's an acting CAO right now. And as soon as he came on the scene, I made him aware that we had a zoning issue on this property that was flagged to his predecessor. And he wasn't aware of it because there was a bit of internal chaos. And he basically said to me, well, we need to make that right. So what are our options? And so I said, well, you can either stop using this portion of the land for paid parking, which, by the way, relative to Councillor Moffat's comments earlier, I'm certain that's what the diocese will do if this is refused. It won't be a scenario where they want to be against the zoning and then fighting with the city. Secondly, the other option was to make another temporary application, because what he expressed to me is they just weren't in a position right now to continue with that direction before. And who knows, they may even have different thoughts on what the future of these lands should be. So that's why the application was made. So is it a change of direction? I think it's more of a response to an emergency type situation that's emerged within their organization than a firm change of direction, because I know that all the people I speak to through the Archdiocese are really interested in seeing something happen on this property in time. And they're very sensitive to the community's interests and the city's interests for this and other reasons.
And appreciate the fulsome answer. Two very quick follow-ups to that. The first one, since you were part of the previous administration and the intent at that time, you have file histories and the expectation and discussions with the city, those were amongst the chaos that you described, that was properly transferred to the Archdiocese? Because in my recent conversations with them, it does appear that we're back to square one, and that is extremely, extremely concerning to me.
So is the question, do I think the Archdiocese is aware of what?
Nothing. Have you shared your notes and files that date back to 3-4 years, as you described, with the new leadership?
Yes, I've shared the files, the most relevant. I mean, I haven't dumped everything on them, but the key message back to them was, just so you know, this is what we had developed back then. These are the discussions we were having. Let me know what you want to do about that.
Okay. My second point becomes moot, so I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. In 2015, when this committee last dealt with this issue, the headline in the Ottawa Citizen the next day said how Notre Dame got a temporary parking lot for 23 years. And that was 7 years ago. And in 2015, there was frustration that a temporary extension was before us, and a temporary extension is before us again. I just want to see sort of good faith movement going forward. I don't want to punish the church for the revenue loss, because if we say no, it's still going to be a parking lot. So it's either going to be a parking lot that the church can make money on, which all churches need right now, or it can be used as a parking lot and not generate funds for the church. And I'd rather say something like, and I want to get your comment, Mr. Casagrande, is whether we amend the motion and not give you 3 years, but give you 1 year with the expectation that we're going to see a plan within the year for this land and the property. Would you be agreeable to that amendment?
I guess, and I'll defer to my client to make sure that I'm not misspeaking here, but I'm fairly confident that they wouldn't be supportive of that, Mr. Brockington, because I don't think the chaos that they're dealing with right now is such that they're going to be in a position to advance the thinking internally, the planning in a meaningful enough way to be able to return to this group within a year and not feel that all of us feel the same frustration again. I mean, I sympathize, because I can tell you on my end, I don't enjoy these types of applications, and I don't want to be back here in 3 years' time. My hope is that if we are back here in 3 years' time, we've at least got something to show you during that time. I don't think that's going to be possible within a year. I think it's much more possible in 3 years, but of course, I don't have my hand on the rudder.
Yeah, but if it's not possible in 3 years, you're going to be coming before us for another temporary extension.
I agree with you, and I would love to have a better solution to this problem. The only other solution is to give it permanent rezoning so we don't have to be back in 3 years. But I realize that creates a concern over the leverage that I know the city wants to try and apply. There's just not a simple solution as I see it. And I understand the nature of the motion as well, but I think the motion is problematic for the same reasons that Mr. McDonald mentioned. I know that through the my experience with staff, and I know with the city's process, we're going to have to engage the community. And Mr. McDonald didn't say he didn't want to do that. What he said is he's open to doing that. He just doesn't want to have his hands tied to some sort of committee. And to my view, that sets potentially unexpected expectations from the stakeholders involved. And I think the normal planning process sufficiently allows for that. Sorry, that's an aside, but I thought I'd mention it.
No, I appreciate that. My intention, I want to be very clear. I'm not here to financially penalize the church. That's not my intent. What I want the city to do is pass a motion today that gets the church going faster than what we've seen to date. And I don't think a 3-year window is appropriate in that regard. So I'll leave it there, Chair, but I do have more questions for staff when we get to staff.
Councillor Curry.
Thanks. I almost didn't have to say something, but I just want to make sure that I'm clear in case I misheard, because I just heard that the church would be interested in working together with the community. But I thought I heard, no, we don't want to have a community meeting. So I just want to make sure I heard the right thing, because in my opinion, if there's an unclear route forward, then meeting with the community, who are the stakeholders, would be the smart thing to do. I don't know why that's not seen as the way forward here. So temporarily, yes, we allow this, but there has to be that. I agree with what I've heard so far, that I feel badly that it's been a tough time, and COVID didn't help, and attendance at churches is not great for anyone. But there seems to be, I thought, an understanding that they would just go away and think some more about it, when I think the better thinking is done with the community. So I just want that clarified. Did I hear, no, we don't want a community committee or group or meeting? What would they be happy with? Maybe 2 questions at the same time.
I can take a stab at this, and then I'll welcome Mr. McDonald's, confirmation, Councillor. But my understanding is that they're very open to meeting with any stakeholders that are interested in speaking with them. I think in reality, those meetings won't be very productive until the Archdiocese has a clear vision as to what they think they want to use these lands for, and then are committed to actually spending the time and money meaningfully advancing that. And I don't think they're in a position now. I know they're not in a position now. I don't think they're going to be in a position within a year. Beyond that, we would hope that they'll be in a position to start to do that. I think the concern on behalf of the Archdiocese is to take some sort of a motion that obligates them to work with a committee in a way that is, in my view, a duplication of a Planning Act process. When they're ready to actually meaningfully advance their vision for these lands, they're going to embark on the typical process, which in my experience, especially a site like this, would involve hiring the necessary consultants, maybe coming up with some conceptual ideas, meeting with the community and the city and any other stakeholders that are interested to start to better inform the plan, making a formal application, and then continuing that dialoguing and engagement. That's a normal, natural process, especially for a file of this significance. What we're simply saying is, don't obligate us to go into those meetings and those in any way outside of that process, because we don't know when we're going to be able to do it, and we don't want to set expectations that the community and beyond the landowner have control in a process beyond what the Planning Act would normally allow them.
Okay, I hear you. You want to go with the regular process, which, as we've all witnessed, works a lot of the times too. I guess I still think that a meeting with the community at a minimum might be good for at least brainstorming, just to hear what the community might think is a good idea. I don't think there's any harm in that. But anyways, I will wait to see what the local councillor wants to put forward. I have heard both sides. I met with both groups here, and I just think there is a way forward here that maybe everybody could be happy with.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have a quick question. It's in respect to, so one of the references that was made in the report by the councillor is that the city is looking at revitalizing the Byward Market with the public realm plan. There's a lot of plans and vision for the area, including for parking initiatives and uses of the destination building. So there's a lot of plans that are kind of in place. They're going to take some time to unfold. You're currently seeking a temporary continuation of the use of this property. If by some chance the city, is able to move forward on some of its plans, or another partner is available to work with you, are you stuck to your time frame of this temporary extension, or would you be in a position to work with the city, therefore the community, and work in lockstep with those larger scale vision for the Byward Market?
Bernie, I'll let you respond to that. You're muted though.
Okay, so we have not in any way, shape, or form said that we wouldn't talk to people. We have not said that we're able to deal with this at this particular point in time. And I do want to clarify that we have not made any money off this parking. All of the proceeds from the parking have been put into a designated fund as per our undertaking. There's currently $1.725 million in that fund, represents all of the parking monies. So we are not making a profit off of that money. It's dedicated to the future redevelopment, and it's audited by our auditors. The notion that we don't want to talk to our neighbors is not at all accurate. The notion of people out of frustration trying to force us into a committee where other people can get other levels of expectations as to what we can do at a time when we can't handle it is just not acceptable.
So I don't believe that. McDonald, I appreciate that. That's not my question though. My question is, right now, there's parking. You're asking to temporarily extend the use of this site for continued parking because you don't have the ability to move forward on plans of your own. Totally, for me, that's understandable. I get that. What I'm saying though, is that the city itself has a large scale vision for the Byward Market. We've passed the public realm plan for this space. There are lots of moving pieces in regards to, a destination building, parking amenities, better infrastructure for pedestrians. There's a lot of work going on. If by some chance, prior to your extension running out, the city approaches you and says, listen, we've got this phenomenal initiative, we would like to partner with you, would you be in a position at that point to partner with the city, or at least to contemplate that kind of relationship? I'm really going to the point is this a temporary parking lot, or is this a temporary extended parking lot? Because if there's value in you having it temporarily extended with the opportunity of the city building something phenomenal in partnership with you, in partnership with the community in 2 years, 3 years, whenever it is, then I'd like to hear that you'd be open to that.
Well, my background is development. So I would absolutely be open to that. There's no reasonable person who would not be open to it. That said, whether the Archdiocese would have the financial capacity at that point in time is still something that's very unclear to me as an interim Chief Advisory Officer.
Okay. Well, thank you for your frank response. I appreciate that. My other question is about the parking itself. Right now, who's using the parking? And I ask this because I'm really thinking of the fact that we're in the midst of a pandemic. Hopefully we'll be coming out of it sooner rather than later. And that the cathedral is a huge tourist attraction within our city's core. I'm knowing that the city does not have a ton of parking spaces available in the Byward Market at the moment. And we're hoping to open up the doors to our city once we're able to tourists and to attract people to come visit Ottawa. So I'm just curious as to this temporary extension. Is it just serving members, parishioners who are going? Who are we talking about who uses this parking?
No, well, so to be clear, I haven't done a source analysis as to who's there. I can tell you that during COVID, it appears to be a lot less busy than it was prior to COVID. Certainly on days when there are religious events within the cathedral, the parishioners use a major portion of the parking, but there are not, that's maybe 1 or 2 or 3 times a week. The rest of the time, my understanding is it's used primarily by people who park and go elsewhere, some to the market, some to, I guess, wherever they're walking around. And that, so, but I will say in the past 2 years, the numbers are down in excess of 50%.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
I have a couple questions. And to be clear, we're not looking here, this is not a decision about a temporary extension for a parking lot. It's a temporary extension for 57 spaces that are a paid parking lot, which is an important distinction here. I think the revenue must be important to you, and the revenue is going to redevelopment funds. The revenue must be important to you, or else you wouldn't go through this exercise to get an extension. And if the revenue is important to you and the revenue is going towards redevelopment funds, you must have an intention at some point of redeveloping. Am I right about that?
So the revenue, excuse me, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
The revenue is important to us in the context of the fund itself. The primary importance, as Brian noted before, was that I was advised that we were not in conformity with the zoning. And so I asked him to make the application. You know, I don't know what else I can say about that. Certainly, you know, in terms of revenue that's going into the fund, you know, basically you have 57 spots at $12 a day. It's not a fortune by any stretch of the imagination. It's taken all this time to build it up to the amount that's in there right now.
Can you explain to what extent, you're not ready to develop on this site yet, to what extent is that a limitation of finances, and to what extent is it a limitation of organizational capacity to pursue something like this right now?
Well, I think it's a limitation of 3 things, not 2. So certainly the organizational capacity right now is probably number 1 on that list. In terms of deciding whether or not we have the financial wherewithal to do it, I would say to you that, you know, I suspect for the appropriate project, we can get that. But having said that, we're still trying to understand the impact of the COVID on our source of funds, which is from parishes, which have been devastated. And we don't have clarity on that at this point in time. The piece that's more important to me as a developer is making sure we get the right use, because that is what will define what are the financing needs and what's the viability of the project. And the current project that was being looked at when I came in was for a head office for the Archdiocese and a retirement home for priests. Well, a retirement home for priests won't fund the building costs on that site. So, you know, while I'm sympathetic to the need, I believe that we have in our portfolio other places where we can put a retirement home for priests. So I haven't had the time as a developer to study new uses. And quite frankly, if there's one thing that COVID has shown most operations, is that downtown office sites may not be the best location for head offices. So, you know, to commit to build an office for the Archdiocese there on such expensive land probably doesn't make sense either. So I don't want to be misleading. In many ways, I would answer Councillor Fleury and say we are back to square one, not because we don't want to develop the land, but because this thing really needs to be studied, because we have limited financial capabilities and we need to maximize what we're going to do on the site. And in terms of the 3-year time frame, I would say to you, it's very difficult to get a development up and running, even as a developer, with everything within a 3-year time frame. It's not obvious to anybody, and it's less obvious when you've got the impact of pandemics on your primary source of funding.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Moffat.
Thanks. I was going to make a joke about how your optimism is so inspiring. I just want to be clear here. You have members of this committee saying that they don't want these extensions to continue. And to paraphrase, you're pretty much saying, suck it up, there's more coming.
I wouldn't be so arrogant.
No, I get that.
To say that. Number one and number two, I'm not a dreamer, so that's why I'm answering bluntly. I've worked on lots of development projects.
You are in violation of the zoning bylaw, and you have been for 20 years.
Well, that's an interpretation that I'm not in agreement with. And I've heard lots of things today that I'm not in agreement with. What I will say to you is that charging paid parking on that land would appear to be in violation of the zoning, and that's why I asked to have it rectified. So I'm not one that goes around or purports to advise clients, whether I'm paid or not, that they should be in violation. So, but as to your interpretation that we have been in violation, I would refer you back to the OMB decision, which is quite clear that it was a plan, not a promise. And the wording was put up, and it was quite clear that the solicitor at the time said it was long-term and that there would be a need for lots of extensions. Now, I don't condone what was done in the past because I don't have any time to get into the history. And if people want to interpret it as bad faith or violation, so be it. I can't change that. Do we want to look at developing this site? Yes. Will we look at developing this site one way or the other? Yes. Will the refusal of the city to allow 50 parking spots to be, the revenue from 57 parking spots to be put into a reserve fund accelerate our decision? No, because it's not about that. And will it stop us from looking at it? No, no. Basically, we're applying to be in conformity. And if we're not in conformity, to be quite frank about it, there's 30 reserve spots already in the entire site that we don't pay for. We'll just put them over there and then we'll lose revenue on 27 spots. And I'm not saying that as take it or leave it. I'm just saying that to be factual. That's what will happen.
All right, I'm not sure you're doing yourself a ton of favors here today, but thanks.
Okay, seeing no more questions for the applicants. Thank you to both of you for answering questions today. We'll move on to questions for staff, starting with Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. To staff, what does temporary mean to city staff? If you're in a temporary job, if you've got a temporary spare tire on your car, does that mean 30 years? What does temporary mean in this context?
So temporary under the Planning Act allows for a temporary zoning for a maximum of 3 years, but there is no limitation on the number of times an applicant can request or be granted that.
So city staff has been okay on multiple occasions recommending temporary use for this parking lot. You're recommending it again. When does staff say enough is enough and we're not going to approve a temporary parking lot at the site?
I will say, as noted in the staff report, that we have an emerging policy context with our new official plan, and it is getting stricter for these sorts of things. But perhaps I could ask the clerk to bring up the applicant's proposal that shows the site plan. And in this 142 space parking lot, what we are talking about today is 57 spaces. The remaining spaces, sorry, the applicants, the FOTEN one showed it. Yeah. The remaining spaces have permanent permissions. So it's just that shaded orange piece that is the subject of the request today. And if council, as they may, decides to refuse this request, there is no requirement for redevelopment here, cannot force redevelopment on this owner. But we have an approved site plan that shows this as parking. So this shaded area can be used as parking for people who attend the church.
But it's the city's desire to see this land developed, correct?
The official plan does call for more intensification, and definitely, surface parking lots are underutilized sites where that can occur.
And what tools then do we have? If we just grant a 3-year extension, there's zero motivation for the property owner to come forward with any haste, with any plan to develop this site. And we just heard that Q&A between Councillor Moffat. So why would we not reduce the number of years that we're going to extend a temporary parking lot extension or use for? Still grant it less than 3 years, with the expectation, we're working with you in good faith, that between now and then, but before that, you at least show us plans, forward progress, right? And my ward bylaw sometimes doesn't charge people if they see someone attempting to make things right, that the property owner is moving forward. This has stalled. And in 2015, I vividly remember my colleagues saying they were upset the fact that this had been extended in the past, that we were about to extend it again, and they wanted to see a plan. This was 5 years before COVID hit. So what tool other than this does the city have to motivate development at the site? And I don't see that we have any. So why give them a 3-year window? Why not say you come back in a year, we'll have this discussion again, but we want to see forward progress. We want to see some movement in this regard. So to staff, is less than 3 years possible? Are we wedded to 3 years?
If I may, Mr. Chair, just Planning Committee and ultimately Council could have a reduction from 3 years to 2 years to 1 year. And you're right, Mr. Chair, we don't have any other tools I mean, we put the zoning in place, we put the official plan in place, we put the policy direction in place. Those are, I guess, our tools to incentivize redevelopment. And a lot of developers, obviously, when they have the financial capacity to do so, come see us and show us a proposal going forward. I think we heard today, the applicant is not in that position. If you were to do this for 2 years or 1 year, of course, they would be back perhaps to ask for yet a further extension. But as again, we can't force them to redevelop their site. It's at their own pace, at their own volition. And as stated here today, this could be a parking lot forever. And the issue is whether or not someone who parks their car there goes west into the cathedral or goes east into the market. And that's something, if this ended up at the Ontario Land Tribunal, that's something that's the issue before the Ontario Land Tribunal. I would submit to committee today. But in terms of other tools, we obviously have the incentives, as I mentioned, through rezoning and official plan. And when they have the wherewithal, I'm sure they'd be willing to do it. It's just that until then, they would just keep coming back for an extra 3 years, 2 years, whatever, or decide to have it as mentioned, just parking for the parishioners or people using the cathedral.
I wasn't on council when the application was moved to remove the 2 heritage buildings. But was the argument used at that time that they needed to come down because we want to operate a parking lot, or because we have a vision to redevelop this site and these buildings have to come down?
I was around. I'm just trying to think. It was a long time. I don't I can mention the person who had it at the time, but it might have to do with the and maybe the applicant would have a better opportunity to answer this, but I thought it had to do with the condition of the building. But that might be a question more appropriate for the applicant, Mr. Chair.
All right, Mr. Chair, I'll leave it there for now with staff. I do want to provide some comments after we've completed our Q&A with staff, so I'll yield the floor. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Fleury.
I really want to thank our colleagues for serious engagement on this. Good question to the applicant and Councillor Brockington. Thank you for raising a number of points that I've raised and will continue to. So a few questions, maybe in a different context, and I wonder if we have city legal on the call. Oh, Christine. Okay, good to see you. Christina, I wonder, the applicant consultant did bring to the screen a decision of the OMB. And as Councillor Brockington was raising, I was not around when the demo was initially requested. I was also not around when the OMB appeal was decided. Could you inform us as to the city's perspective on what that decision meant? From my understanding, it wasn't prescriptive on a resolution date, but did steer to action.
Mr. Chair, it will have to be reviewed again, but the councillor is correct in that it was not prescriptive. The idea, as with most temporary zoning bylaws, is to provide a time period in which an owner can work out a solution to bring itself within compliance of the zoning bylaw.
Okay. And in your legal frame, what is temporary? Like, at what point, if we were to be brought to court, and I think we've put everything on the table today, so I think we have to put every component on the table. If the Archdiocese was to bring the city to court and say, council has given me extensions, these dates, therefore I've now, by 20 years in the making, had permanent use of this element. Do you fear that we have less and less ice to stand on, to use maybe a bit of a winter theme, as to the argument of temporary? Like, at what point are we as council and city at risk of saying, yeah, if we remove the temporary element, we're less strong in front of the courts?
Mr. Chair, I don't think that is a concern. Under the Planning Act, municipalities have the right to permit a temporary zoning up to 3 years and can extend it. There's no cap within the Planning Act that limits a municipality with respect to how many times they want to extend each 3-year term or less. As Mr. James had suggested, it can be any amount of time up to 3 years. With respect to that as well, the Planning Act is very clear that a temporary zoning bylaw does not extend any legal non-conforming association with it. And so, in my opinion, the Planning Act has contemplated it, and therefore the municipality is not bound or is not prejudiced by putting forward one of these extensions in the fear that it will somehow crystallize a right to something that didn't exist previously. In my opinion, that is not the case here, and it is not the case if we permit a further extension. It does not grant the owner any crystallization or permanency to these 57 spots for commercial parking. So.
Okay, thank you. If committee today were to refuse the staff's recommendation or a refusal of that report, what does that mean in planning terms? So then they would lose the right to operate, to generate revenue from those spots, which would, from our perspective, would force a redevelopment or would encourage them towards a development. Can you walk me maybe through what that means, what a refusal of today's report would mean to our zoning enforcement and to the actual uses on that site?
So, Mr. Chair, a refusal can carry with it appeal rights from the owner on this matter to the tribunal, first and foremost. Secondly, it's my understanding from planning staff, and that may need to be confirmed, but it's my understanding that they simply use the right to generate revenue. They do not lose the right to have this parking as accessory to its use.
Okay.
And,
go ahead.
And Mr. Chair, to keep in mind, I believe the chair had noted it earlier, that there are still 85 spots that are legal under the current site plan for this particular site. So we are talking about a portion of the public parking, but not the whole of the public parking that's available on this site. If they continue to generate income from those 57 spots and there is no legal zoning available for them to do so, certainly a notice of violation and provincial charges can result as a consequence of that.
Okay, I think it's easier for the public and committee members the numbers can be tricky. I think it's about 40%. We're talking about 40% of the rear lot, which is they would not be able to generate revenue out of. Okay, my last kind of questioning line is around and interest areas is expropriation. So the city has interest, and I liked what Councillor Dudas was going. We've put councils past the Byward Market Public Realm Plan. It is clear our intentions in the area, our goals are clear. One of the elements is to demolish the current city parking lot at York and Byward and find a partner on the edges of the community. If we cannot, what tools do we have to access land or to redevelop vacant land, such as a surface parking lot within the municipal act? Like, so we have money in account for parking reserves. We could use that money to proceed with an expropriation and then build our own. We could create our own partnership. We don't necessarily need to do it our city, but then we would be in the driver's seat for the redevelopment of that site. But I'm not familiar. I'm not knowledgeable enough on expropriation rights and how that works in that circumstance. So could you clarify? I'm not saying we're going there today, but I would like for committee and public's attention on what would expropriation look like, and is there other tools for which we could force redevelopment that are not on the table currently?
While the municipality does have expropriation rights, and we have looked at this, at this time, Mr. Chair, the ability for the municipality to expropriate the land owned by the Archdiocese, I would have to take a little bit of time to review that, given their ownership hierarchy, I suppose. It is certain that the city does have the expropriation powers to expropriate land under the Municipal Act. But in terms of what the councillor is looking at here, I'm afraid I would need some time to research that and provide a fulsome legal opinion on it.
Okay, and then for the second point, are there other tools here to force redevelopment that are not on the table, that were not just being discussed?
So unfortunately, Mr. Chair, a municipality has little ability to force a developer to come to the table with a development. It is owner driven in Ontario. And other than, the suggestions that have been put forward today in terms of partnering with certain owners and whatnot to bring forward these developments, there is not a legal tool that can force an owner to bring forward a development application.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, if you're okay, that completes my question. I'll step off, but I would like to bring final comments at the end of the question segment.
Yep, for sure. Councillor Brockington.
Chair, I'd like to move a motion. I don't know if anyone has any questions for staff, but I'd like to move it so we can get going and get this meeting over with. I'd like to move that the motion before us be amended to amend the maximum period of this extension, which is proposed to be 3 years, to be 2 years. And my brief introduction as follows. I do not want to cause financial harm to the church. I want to see them continue to earn revenues from this parking lot while they are working on, in good faith, a proposal for this site. It's 2 years because I think that's sufficient time to come together with a proposal, do the work that's necessary, show the city that you are serious about your intentions for that site. 1 year is not enough time. And I think 2 years is reasonable. Really, we're sending a message that says we want to see progress on the site. We'll extend you for 2 years and we will get an update in 2 years' time. So Chair, that is my motivation behind this. It will not hurt the church financially at all. They'll simply come back to us a year sooner. But that's the intent behind my amendment today.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I have a quick question for staff, which is, this all stems from an OMB agreement or ruling going back many years. Is there an expiry date on that OMB ruling?
The OMB decided on the zoning, and they also decided on a site plan. There is no expiry date on the site plan, and the site plan is what shows the parking.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions for staff? I don't think so. Does anyone wish to wrap up? I know Councillor Fleury does. I'd like to say, just hearing all of this, I think it's really clear we all want to see, I shouldn't say we all, many of us want to see redevelopment on this site. The official plan from a city perspective seems to point us in that direction. There are not many tools we have to compel redevelopment. I don't think accepting or rejecting this temporary parking extension gets us particularly closer one way or another. I'm appreciative of the motion that Councillor Fleury's put together around a working group with the community and with staff, because I think it would help provide some additional resources to the church that has a limited operational capacity. I agree with the general sentiment from other colleagues. We don't want to see the church back here in 3 years having made no progress whatsoever. So having the working group, I think, compels them to work on something. And I'm partial to Councillor Brockington's suggestion of going to 2 years rather than 3 years, just to add a bit more pressure. But that's my thoughts after an hour and 15 minutes on this item. Councillor Fleury.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My comments remain very clear in the report. I think the Archdiocese and all of us are living through the COVID impacts, no question. We are well aware of that, and I'm in line with Councillor Brockington in saying this is not to bring hardship. That said, we're at a record low interest rates. Construction costs will continue to go up. The city does have a parking reserve account, and we have signalized our interest in partnership. So the simple aspects of the economics of how a partnership could work, to me, are very obvious. But as you know, this, and as our legal team has said, we need two to tango. We need a partner to dance here, and we're not getting the support, as you've heard, for and as the diocese have said, they're back to square one. I've been elected for it's my 12th year, and here we are. They've been in violation of the zoning bylaw now for 3 years, which triggered this request, and they're asking for another 3 years, and there's no end in sight. So I would like members of the committee to vote against the report, which I think would send a strong signal. If that doesn't pass, then I would ask for your support to create the advisory committee, which would at least force the partnership. Because what happens is, as you've seen, the church changes, the community changes, and then information's lost, and we lost sight of keeping this on track for redevelopment. So I would ask for members of the committee to, again, vote against the report. If you're with the amendment from Councillor Brockington, if you feel so inclined in supporting it, then please support the creation of the advisory group, which is my motion. Monsieur le Président, je vais parler brièvement en français parce que je pense que c'est important. Il y a beaucoup de francophones qui vont à la cathédrale. Puis, malheureusement, au sein de la communauté francophone, c'est pas très connu les enjeux de zonage dans cette situation-ci. Je souhaiterais les expliquer un petit peu plus clairement. La communauté de la Basse-Ville a été très patiente. Les résidents de la Basse-Ville ont été très patients. Beaucoup avant mon temps, là, on retourne en 2003, il y avait des propriétés sur ce stationnement-là, des propriétés qui étaient patrimoniales, qui ont été abandonnées. Moi, j'étais au secondaire en 2003, donc juste pour vous donner un petit peu la période, là, on parle de vraiment une autre époque. Les bâtiments avaient été démolis avec une intention de la communauté de la ville et du diocèse de voir une construction. Ce qu'on a vu depuis les 20 dernières années, c'est un stationnement. Puis environ 40% du stationnement qui est non conforme. Donc, on souhaiterait voir du redéveloppement sur le site. Là, vous allez dire, 20 ans plus tard, il y a du stationnement, il y a des besoins, tout ça. Oui, mais ce qui est important, c'est que ce sont des zonages qui sont temporaires. On veut voir du redéveloppement sur ces stationnements qui sont de surface. On ne veut pas amener un effet pervers ou négatif face au diocèse ou face à la cathédrale. Au contraire, la ville est prête à être un partenaire pour un stationnement, une structure souterraine avec un redéveloppement en surface. Si le diocèse n'est pas prêt, si le diocèse n'a pas les fonds, le développement, il y a de l'argent dans le développement. On a des taux d'intérêt qui sont les plus bas. La ville a un fonds de réserve pour le stationnement. Il y a des façons de créer un partenariat qui puisse avancer du redéveloppement sans amener un aspect négatif au diocèse et aux paroissiens. Donc, ce que j'ai demandé à mes collègues, si vous voyez ma note, c'est vraiment de refuser le rapport d'une extension d'un permis temporaire pour créer un momentum de redéveloppement sur ce site-là. Si mes collègues sont encore un peu plus patients que moi, je souhaite au moins que ma motion qui crée un comité formel pour faire avancer le redéveloppement soit créé. Donc, Monsieur le Président, j'apprécie votre flexibilité de m'avoir permis de dire quelques mots en français parce qu'au sein de la communauté francophone, cet enjeu-là de dynamique de zonage et de stationnement de surface, puis comment on ne souhaite pas les voir, puis le contexte ici est mal compris malheureusement.
Merci, Mathieu. So let's move to the motions. I'd like to consider Councillor Fleury's motion that was introduced at the start of this first on the working group. Regardless of where we end up, let's start with that one. Eric, can we put that up on the screen? The working group motion. So this is to create a working group of stakeholders, local councillors, and others. Is this motion carried?
Carried.
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 And then to Councillor Brockington's motion to reduce the period of extension from 3 years to 2 years. Do we have a written version that we can put on screen? Oh, we do. Thank you, Eric.
Perhaps if the mover could confirm that this is what was intended.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. On the Brockington motion, is that carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Carried. So then on the staff report, as amended by the motions, are those recommendations carried?
Yeas and nays, please.
Okay, yeas and nays. Eric?
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor Curry,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Councillor Leeper,
No.
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Menard,
No.
Councillor Cloutier. Apologies, Councillor Cloutier.
Yes, we.
Thank you.
We.
Councillor Kitts,
Yes.
Councillor Hubley,
Yes.
Chair Moffat,
No.
Chair Gower,
Yes.
8 yeas, 3 nays.
All right, thanks, everyone. We will move on through our agenda. We have no in-camera items. I believe there's at least one and maybe two notices of motion for our next meeting. Councillor Leeper, you have one on behalf of Councillor McKenney, I believe.
Yes, yes, I do.
We will get that on screen for you to read.
Thank you. And this is notice, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so I'll just skip to the therefore be it resolved that the general manager of planning, real estate and economic development be authorized to negotiate and enter into an amendment to sunset the historic development agreement and enable future refinements to the site to be determined through the city's standard site plan revisions process and future site plan agreements rather than through negotiations of amendments to the historic agreement. And if you just want to scroll up, oh, sorry, for the World Exchange Plaza. This is with respect to the World Exchange.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Leeper. So we'll discuss that at our next meeting. Are there any other notices of motion?
Yes, Chair, I have one.
Okay, Councillor Menard, this is on the Civic. Yes.
Yes, thanks very much, Chair. It's just asking for a 1 meeting or 2-week extension of the Civic so that the Accessibility Advisory Committee, who's expressed an interest in the project, can have time to review it on February 15th, rather than the item coming to us first before they've had a chance to review it. So it's therefore be resolved that this item is deferred to the Planning Committee meeting of February 24th, and that staff is directed to consult with the Accessibility Advisory Committee at its meeting of February 15th, so that it may provide its feedback in advance to the Planning Committee on this significant item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other notices of motion? Okay, are there any inquiries? I think Councillor Leeper has an inquiry.
A lot of questions. A lot of questions. Let's wait for that to come up back on screen, please. Thanks. There we go. Recently, an infill received a building permit in Wellington Village on Kenora in the R3I zone, despite not respecting the front yard setback averaging described in section 144 of the zoning bylaw. Could staff please describe under what circumstances an infill residential unit is permitted as of right without adhering to the average front yard setback on the street?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Leeper. Are there any other inquiries? There's no other business that I'm aware of, so we can adjourn, and our next meeting is Thursday, February 10th. Thanks, everyone, and have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.